Check. Gotta make sure the mic's working. If anybody's in here, let me know. Check. There we go, I can hear it. Should be good to go. Hopefully that doesn't echo. It shouldn't since I muted it. I have come for the broken arrow. Well, we're going to be building some decks, so in case anybody listening right now, whether it be the VOD or live, doesn't know, we uploaded our... Holt and I uploaded our debrief podcast episode on our 30-plus hours of multiplayer gameplay that we were able to do in the Broken Arrow early press access. I've got 30-plus games. I think it's either 31 or 32, one of those. That was me looking at the recordings, but now that I think about it, there are a couple where people crashed or we restarted for some reason or another, somebody had the wrong deck or something. So it could have been like 28 games. It's somewhere between 28 and 31. But then when you take into account the other stuff, when I look on Steam, I personally have, it's like 35 plus hours. It could probably, it's probably going to go up to 40, or it probably was 40, more like it, when you take into account the single player missions and the arsenal and stuff like that. So generally speaking, we've got well over 30 hours, and I have, give or take, 30 games that are with the new specs. So what I wanted to do with this live stream was, one, plug the debrief episodes, so make sure you guys go watch that. Two, plug the upcoming gameplay, of which I am going to try and use the best way possible, on top of commentary, on top of trying to teach you guys as much as possible what I can, and just in general get the most out of it. So that stuff is coming. I'm just trying to figure out a proper way to do it. I think I have 6 games. It's 4 to 6 games that I can just upload. There is commentary. Any of you Tarkov guys that may or may not be listening right now, Airmarine was in one of them, or maybe 2 of them. So there's some banter and some communication going back and forth between me and Airwing. Rasty Airsoft was in some, but he's not primarily an English speaker. Those Tarkov, especially the Tarkov OG people, you might know Rasty Airsoft. Obviously, Bolt's in one of them. We did 2 games with Bolt, but I've only got a recording for one of them because I fucked up the recording on the second one. Luckily, the only recording that I fucked up. So that gameplay is coming. Good to go there. But like I said, I just want to make sure I use it as the best way that I possibly can, because with these new units, I did some testing. As I talk about in the debrief podcast that is live right now. If this is the VOD, I'll have it linked below, but otherwise you guys can check out the podcast section on the channel, and you'll see the latest debrief episode. You can hear me talk about that. We've got these new units, and we were playing against playtesters who have been playing for weeks already. So they immediately went into the meta, and some of them definitely wanted to show their stuff against content creators. So while we were still trying to figure out whether or not the stealth and the Comanche worked, they were hitting us with the SU-35s and SU-34s and artillery and stuff like that. So some of the games were a bit rough, but like I said, I'm going to do what I can to make the most out of that gameplay and teach as much as possible, because even if I'm getting my ass kicked, I can still see what I'm getting my ass kicked with, and then there's some teaching opportunities or some learning opportunities from that. So that's what I'm trying to get together. But straight up gameplay, I've got 4 to maybe 6 games that I could just post straight up. So I'm going to start doing that tomorrow. What up, Jack? And here's the thing that I tried to make as clear as possible in the podcast, guys. They're not broken. There is balance, but I'm an idiot. I can't articulate what my brain is confident about at the moment, but I think the easiest way for me to explain it is that it is significantly easier to be in a winning position with Russia than it is with the United States. It's not imbalanced. There is balance. Every time you look at something there on the Russians' side, you can look at something on the U.S. and be like, well, or you can say, well, but the U.S. gets to do that. And then same thing for the U.S., definitely. If you see something like the amount of stealth the U.S. gets, well, then there's something that you get to do with Russia. And then at the end of the day, when you're looking at it from a top-down level, like the devs have to be, to make sure there's as much balance as possible. Air power is going to be the decider. The United States gets a lot of stealth. The stealth planes get to just bomb stuff willy-nilly. So Russia needs better AA. Russia needs something to stop that. It just turns out that the gameplay involved with stopping that is also involved with other things that make it potentially unbalanced, potentially, because of the overlap that you get with Russia. And that's specifically because of the planes. So you get SEAD, you get long-range missiles, you get bombs. In that, what's that word? In that build-up, you also gain air superiority, of which is extremely important, if not the primary goal of, or the primary, thing that you need in order to win games. It doesn't matter who's developing it. I genuinely think, between Slytherin and Steelball, like, it's all good there. I genuinely think there is overall balance. It's just, like I was saying earlier, it's easier to put Russia in a position to do better because it comes down to AA. So they get the longer range SAMs that are cheaper, that you can get there faster, that you can pile up faster, and then it's easier to protect them from their counters. You just need to know how to do it, which by knowing how to do it is literally just clicking. You click to put the SEAD out there, or you click to put the S-300s out there, and then you click to put the Su-35s above them. For the United States, you need to figure out where they are, which is done by many different ways. You need to get to them, which is done by many different ways. And then you also need to win on the ground, which is obviously the whole game. That's my dumbass trying to explain that is like, that's the reality of it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, that's just straight up, that's the gameplay. So anyway, main goal for today. I'm going to try and, because someone just commented like an hour or two ago on my previous stream that they were saying like, oh, of course he didn't do the one deck that I actually wanted to see, which is a good point. So I think now that we have, and for anybody that doesn't know, every single spec is here. Every single spec. So what I'm going to do, and this is going to take hours and hours and hours. So if you end up leaving, this is going to be a VOD. So you can come back to it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make one of every single spec. I'm going to make one of every single combination. I could be here for the next 10 hours. Not kidding. Genuinely. I could be here for the next 10 hours, but fuck it. So that's what I'm going to do right now. It's going to be very difficult to keep up with chat for people that are in here. If you've got a direct question for me, then make sure you do the the Autistic Armchair General. I understand the name's a bit longer now compared to Nice Guy Moore. So apologies for that, but the name was fitting. So make sure you do that, and I will see the bright orange pop up that, someone added me, and I'll try and do my best to answer your question while I'm making these decks. Let me pop out the chat. All right. All right. Let's see. Where should we start? I'm going to keep all of these the way that they are, and I'll even screenshot it. So I guess we could just start with the obvious. Let's go Airborne Armored. This is obviously one of the older decks. This was the first, right? So this is the one that people will have the most time with. It's just that when we did the first test, it had some mixed units. It had like the Tunguska in there, and it had some Su-24s. It had Su-25s, things that you can only find in the motorized and mechanized deck now, or other things like you can only find in the Marine now. So generally speaking, right off the bat, I'm going to say that this probably isn't a deck that you want to use, but we're going to build it anyway. Like I said, we'll build it anyway. I think I talked about this in detail before. The reason why you wouldn't want to use something like this is because they're polar opposites in the same deck. So it allows you to do everything. You have everything, but it's not a lot of each. And it definitely leaves room for, other than the infantry tab, you're going to have lots of infantry, and the recon tab. It leaves some gaps because you're going to only have so many points to spend. So, Airborne Armored, you've only got these for drones, for good drones for Russia. So, I would definitely take those. Probably would take these, suppress, and I'll put them in the Typhoon with the autocannon. The deck I have right now with this is, I actually fucked it up. I didn't have the autocannon on here. And there was some pretty good chances to use that. The BRM 3K is the 57mm and the Attackas from the T15s, but no APS and not the same armor, not even remotely the same armor. It's solid. It's okay armor. It's just not a T15. But you do get the firepower of a T15 for now half the points, because T15s with the 57 with the Barbaruses, the Barbarians, they are 300 points. So this is less than half the cost of a T15 with all of the firepower of a T15, just none of the armor. So I definitely bring a couple of those. And with the amount of points left, I'll jack up. Definitely want to get sneaky recon out there. That is going to be a game decider right now with the current state. Definitely focus on getting your sneaky recon out there. And I think what I'll do is I'll stack those up too. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put some other stuff on here. No ECM with any of this. Can I get any kind of ECM or anything here? No. Okay, what's the speed there? 60, 60, 70. That's 100. So I think I'm going to do that, but I think I'm going to go cheaper, and I'll bring 2 of those as well for those. Something I did not mention in the podcast that we had, but something that I did have confirmed from a developer today is that when you lose a unit, there's no longer a cooldown on your loss of points. So the second that you lose a point, or you lose a unit, your points per minute, the tick of points, immediately goes back to if you hadn't have bought that unit in the first place, which I didn't even know for those 3 days. So that's confirmed. Throwing away units is now viable. It's now very viable because you will get it back, and the quicker you lose the unit, the better. So it's kind of flipped that on its head a little bit. Something that I didn't even know for any of my playtests at all. But that does explain a lot. That's a good reason, or that's a good explanation for why there's so much infantry constantly everywhere. Given the situation and given the units available, without going into like too crazy of a detail, I think with this kind of a deck, even though I'd probably never actually play this deck, I think it would be handy to have a thick armored vehicle with good reconnaissance, or good with good optics somewhere in here. And it might be a bit more obvious as we build the rest of the deck, so we'll keep going here. Can you do American Armored and US? I'm going to do every single... this might take 10 hours, so you guys aren't going to be here the whole time, but I will be. So this will go up as a VOD, and afterwards I'll do... in the description of the VOD, I'll do timestamps of when I made each deck. And I'll try my best to explain the units that I'm picking, but at the very least, you'll see what units are available, and you'll kind of get an idea of what I would pick. But here's the thing. Infantry is way better now. So depending on like how much you like infantry compared to how much I like infantry, which isn't a lot, your deck is going to end up looking a lot different than mine. But I do know like what the good weapons teams are, which one of them is going to be the Verba. That's the highest range. So I'm probably going to try and stack a couple of those. I think what I'll do for now is I'll use that as my my Barbarous. So we'll do 2 there. And we have the 2 T15s. But something we got to realize here too is this is a armored airborne deck. So I don't want to go super heavy T15s like I would if this was a normal armored deck, because I want to leave points for my planes, which are very important as Russia. Very important in general. Anyway, so I think what I'll do is I'll do a couple of AGSs as well. A little bit of a bug with the UI sometimes. So I'll bring a couple of those. Obviously, well, actually not obviously, because I'm only going to take two Verbas there. AGS is there. These are the bigger teams, right? They are, so I think I'll take a couple of these guys. I don't want to take the VDV. Definitely take Hornet M's. Take 2 of those, and I'll take a couple of the Metis. And I want to see, I'm probably going to revisit this. What does this look like for ECM? Anything? Nothing? Okay, I'll leave that alone. Like TOS 2 and Patriot that were in previous betas, but they aren't in a... I actually don't know what's going on. So Patriot's obviously back. I don't know what's going on with the other ones. I imagine they're in other specs, and there's not going to be, you know, there's not. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with those. I want my ERA and my APS. I really like the T90M in this game. I don't think I used a single one in those 3 days, but I do really like it. So eventually I'll be able to use it again. I'll put it in there. BMPT Terminator, again, similar to the Arena. I didn't get to use it very much. Something I did use a few times were the Spruts. So pretty useful fire support for the points. Given the way that the game has changed a little bit, there's a lot of infantry out there, and this HE was pretty useful at fighting those guys off for the point value and being able to take a couple of hits at least, even though it's not like a proper tank. It's able to take a couple of hits. And the Storas. Storas I used a bunch of. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'll put 2 Storas up, and I'll put, let's say 4 of these. And this, when you're playing against good players, is essentially bait. So I like having them there now just so I know that if I make sure that it's seen, they're going to be sending planes or helicopters after it, and then I'll use something to kill the planes or the helicopters. So we got the S300s. I want to make sure I have those available. If you're using an armored deck, you want to make sure you have them. But we got to watch out for points because we still have the air tab to worry about here. Buratino, if you're going to be going anywhere with tanks, pretty nice to have at least one of them, so I'm going to take one of them. You're going to want to worry about your supply, so I'll take 1 small truck and I'll take 2 big ones. But we do actually no, I want to take 1 because I'm going to have helicopters. Derevitsia, between the Cessna and the 57mm gun, very good anti-helicopter, which you need to worry about with SF now for America. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'll keep these as a Derevitsia. I'll take 2 of them. What's also really good is the Tor. Tor up to 16. You turn the radar on. Those things love to smash helicopters, so I will take 2 of those. And what else? I use artillery now, which will probably take up the last. Something like that. So whenever you're pushing anywhere, infantry is going to be a real problem. It would be good to have these tosses. You're going to have a lot of things in the back line that you're going to want to hit, so it's going to be nice to have the extended range wrap with the 4500 there. Good for helicopters with the radar on. Good for helicopters without the radar on, but otherwise good fire support, supply. In terms of range, best SAM in the game. So explains my reasoning there for that. I'm not going to be able to take my full rush, I don't think, anymore, and it's not that effective anymore. There's a lot of sneaky man pads that you get as the United States, so the helicopter rush isn't dead when it comes to Russia, but I'm going to use it a hell of a lot less. But I'll still toss it up there. Not to mention it's pretty nice having the 2400 meter range. So I'll take 2 of those, and they're pretty good armor. They're pretty good armor. But what I will do with these guys is I'm going to put the Elmers. So from the previous test, the Elmers back, we're going to do that. And the Vitbesk, whatever the fuck it's called, the extra ECM, pretty nice to have there. That. And chopper rush with this guy. It looks weird to me when the missile pods are like that kind of a setup, so I always do it that way. I don't know. It's just more symmetrical, I guess. I don't fucking know. That's just the way I do it. All right, so that, and you're going to go over. Yep. All right, so supply up to 4. 3. Leave it. No. Yeah, chopper rush is dead. We'll take 2. Hell, we'll take 3. So yeah. So if I need to get something through, we got armor. We got a bit cheaper, a lot cheaper than the Mi-28N, but you still get the 2400 meter range. So that's your helicopter recon. And if you're getting something sneaky, creeping up on you, or if you want to push it over a front line, the rocket pod stuff still is pretty effective. Elmer's very long distance, can shoot at anything, vehicles and infantry alike. Pretty nice if you get it behind some buildings. You can shoot at the infantry. Like I said, infantry are a lot more powerful now. So it's pretty nice to have something you can shoot from a distance that can actually take a hit to try and whittle down those infantry, supply, and transport. This can be so many different things. But because I would primarily want to support my ground, I want to make sure I have at least one of these. We're going to go that, we're going to go that, and we're going to go... I think I want to do... that. 415. Take one. This is a difficult decision here. This is the real difficult decision. Because these are just so powerful. Probably that. And I think what I want to do here is that. That. Seed. And that. Alright, what can we get away with? That ended up being more? Not much less. Yeah, see, this is why it's going to be tough. Decision making here is tough. So taking into account what you can actually get done with this, it's not like you're going to be doing the normal Russian airborne stuff that you can get away with, but you can do a bit of it. So if you are playing on the ground, like you would be because you're armored, if you're playing on the ground, you're going to be pushing something up. What are the things that are going to kill you? You're not going to have to worry too much about helicopters if you're being sneaky enough with your Verba. You're being sneaky enough with the vehicles you're going to push up. You're being sneaky enough with the Derevitsia and with the Tor. So things you're going to have to worry about are Mavericks, A10s. Oop. Things you're going to need to worry about are Mavericks and A10s. And you're going to want to make sure that you're not getting like too many planes above you. So there is some differences here. It's possible that I can turn these into basically just like a R-37 boat. And maybe it would be more useful. I'll tell you what, if I ended up using this deck, there's going to be games where I wish I had more. I would have had more of these because it just depends on what they're putting above me in terms of planes and drones. And then there's going to be games where I wish I had more of these because if they actually counter on the ground, if let's say they only have a couple of SEPs down there, and I'm able to take it out with one solid run with this, then that's pretty much a clean sweep that I'm going to be able to do with my ground units. So it's a coin toss on what you want to do here, but at least with something like this, you can do a bit of everything. So I think in this case, I'll leave it like this. And we'll bring a bit more supply, and then that pretty much caps us off. So that is my thought process for a Air Armored. I don't see myself really ever using a deck like this. I think I would rather have a deck that is able to do one or the other better than something that can do everything. But that's just my opinion, and that's my thought process on using a deck like this. I did see you have issues with helis, handheld AA. So here's the thing. If it's a urban map, you can get up high in those skyscrapers, and the man pads are really good because they can stay hidden. You're going to run into ammo issues, and then that's where you can get hung up because you'll have to bring supply up or you'll need to move them back in order to get them resupplied. So you can run into issues there. But helicopters are never a problem. All right, it's obviously they can sometimes be a problem for Russia. But Russia, you really shouldn't be worrying about helicopters anymore with the sheer amount of SHORAD that you can deploy. Now, Guardian is obviously an issue. So if you see somebody playing SF, if you see somebody playing SF, keep an eye on that person. They're going to have Guardians. Those things are crazy, and they will annihilate you guys. The little birds are also going to be around. Killer eggs are going to be around, so you want to watch out for that. But you got Deravicias, you got Sosnas, you got Taurs. Turn the radar on. Those things one shot. And be sneaky with their Verbas. You know what? I'd go as far as say maybe this would probably be more effective. That would probably be more effective. I'd go and do that. But you'd want to double up your Verbas. There were plenty of long sneaky flanks. Don't you worry. Plenty of people were doing it. It's just that most of the time there was at least 1 or 2 people that are on the other team that knew it was coming, and they would just watch out for it. In fact, one interesting... I'll move on to the next deck here. So we'll do Airborne Motorized. One, where is it? This guy. 130 kilometers an hour. I think that's the fastest road speed of any vehicle in the game. 130, and you can get 8 of them for 45 points. So there were a bunch of times, specifically with me in particular, I was trying to get these around. I would just literally send them up a road, and they would get there. They would get through. The KPVT can do a good job of killing planes. Or not, what am I saying? Helicopters. The transport ones. If you get anything with a gun on it, you're going to have a problem. But these things are pretty nasty. You just put 2 of them on your deck at the start. You click one to the left and you click one right. It's probably going to get there, and they'll have no idea. By the time, but when you do get there, turn your guns off, and if they start hunting you something that just has some eyeballs, just like a helicopter that just has some eyeballs, turn the gun on and you kill the helicopter, and maybe you can do something sneakier with it after. But this thing's pretty cool. All right, so best drone. That stays the same, and here I am talking about this. I'll take 2 of them. Leave that there for now. GRU are crazy good. There's a lot that you can do with this. And it's going to be different every time, right? So I think... I'll do the mix. Go all 3, and I will put them in a boomerang. Boomerang underperformed in my opinion, so from now on I think I'm only going to take 2 when they're available. Excuse me. Given the state of this deck in particular, maybe I'll end up taking a couple more, because it's kind of like the strongest, it's probably the strongest like ground vehicle that I could get, I would think. Because this doesn't have any ECM, right? No, it doesn't. So yeah, maybe I'll end up taking some more boomerangs. We'll take a look at that later. This is going to be obviously infantry heavy. Ambushers or informers, it's up to you. It's going to be a coin toss. That's only 400 meters. That's not a lot of distance, but they are RPG 30s, so they hit hard, probably going to kill. You've only got 4 rounds though. Generally speaking, most of the time with my playstyle, I'll keep them informers. I'll keep their guns off, and if they do need to shoot something, it'll be quiet. So stack those up. Sneaky recon infantry are very good right now because of the amount of artillery and indirect fire stuff that you can do. So same exact point here. Bring as much of those as you can. Put them around the corner, or put them around corners. Put them in some sneaky tree lines, and I'll take some auto cannons, please, with those 4 options. I'll leave that like that for now. Again, guys, if you're asking me a question specifically, I'm going to be here a while, so I want to make sure that I keep it moving. But if you got questions for me specifically, make sure you do the at Autistic Arms Show General in orange there and at me. All right, so infantry. I want to do SSO standoff. Jack those up. Eagle ends, I think you get 2. You do, and you can turn them into S's, which are very good. So jack those up. M's, no. M's, yes. And you get 2. Jack those up. I think for these, I just want them cheap. Bring a couple of those, but I'm going to be able to have helicopters, and they're going to be big enough to be able to take those guys, so they'll be fine. AGSs, and I'll take those with boomerangs. Probably do that. Heavy infantry that are good at pretty much everything, unless stuffs are a little bit too far away, but then that's what these are for. Potentially one of the best man pads in the game, just undershot by 100 meters there, but you get 2 of them per squad. Infantry, so when stuff are shooting at them, at least you'll know where the stuff that's shooting at them are. AGS 17s, good for anti-infantry, boomerangs for cover and speed, BTR 82s for cover and speed. I'll bring them with armor bucket. We get 6 of them right there. Get your infantry up to the front line and keep them moving. Spruts, just as fire support. I'll bring 2 for now. Put my points somewhere else. The new S300s are great. They're great. They're only undershot a little bit by... They only undershoot the other S300s, the old S300, the giant missile S300s by a little bit, but you get 4 of them. So these are fantastic. Bring as many of these as you possibly can. Potentially the best cluster in the game here because you get 12 of them. It's relatively accurate. It can move a bit faster. This was very good. I used this a lot, so took those with me. Incendiary grads. Everybody hated this because it's very, very good at getting rid of infantry. So given the way that this deck is going to be built, it's going to be a lot of infantry versus infantry. So I'm going to bring a couple more of those. I'm going to bring a couple of these and basically just clear out their infantry. And then once the fire dies down, I'll go through myself. I'll go through what I just cleared out. OSAs, bring a couple of these because they can intercept, and it's okay. It's an okay unit. If you turn the radar on, it's really good at anti-helicopter. Like I said, it can intercept cruise missiles and incoming seed and stuff like that, which you are lacking quite a bit of. But you do get 4 missiles with these, so if you keep them supplied, you keep them far enough back, maybe you'll do fine. These are okay at anti-helicopter. If you've got the extra points, then why not? These in particular, because they got the Igla ends on them. They're okay. It's a truck with a gun on it, so you can't expect more than what a truck with a gun on it can do, realistically. Did anything change with that? It did, so I'm going to keep a flatbed, so you can bring 8,000. I'll bring 2 of them, and just so I can bring something a little smaller, 4K, we'll do that. We'll bring 1. And I think I will keep it like that for now. You don't get any like conventional long-range artillery, and I don't like mortars, even though you can use them, but whatever. This will be a decision here. I think I'll do what I did before with, if I did want to use the chopper rush, I can. So I'll bring 2 of those. Supply 2 and transport. Elmer. 1 there. And essentially, for all intents and purposes, the exact same thing as this one. So if I wanted to bring another 30 armor, Mi-28N, I could there. It's pretty handy. Elmers are very good because they can do everything. They fight infantry as well as vehicles, and they can do it at a long range, while the thing that's carrying it has 30 armor and 15% ECM, so it's pretty survivable, and it's able to shoot everything. So pretty nice to have. In fact, I'm gonna take 2. This one right here can laze. I was never successful in getting it to be effective doing that, but I am still on the hunt to do it. Lasing stuff is very powerful right now. Lots of things get a very big bonus from lasing stuff. How does ECM work? It's a extra chance that whatever is shooting at you will miss. For planes, in general, it could also make near misses. So even if that missile thinks it's going to hit you, it's a near miss. So it'll still do damage, but, you know, it won't kill you. Did it seem like during your multiplayer games that the stealth ratings in the US Spec Ops deck actually made a real difference? Abso-fucking-lutely, yes. They absolutely did. The stealth differences did make a difference. However, when you've got planes like these with the 12,000, that's the balance. You're only going to get 12,000 with the US as well. So they have better stealth. So the US has better stealth than anything Russia can put out. Every single stealth plane for the United States is 1.75. So you can get closer. But if you are fighting somebody that knows what they're doing as Russia, they're going to put out things like this for 220 points, and they're going to see you. They don't care if this dies, but you shouldn't either, so I don't know. It's a they-you situation here. Whatever. If you're doing it right, this is your quote-unquote air drone. This is your plane drone. You're looking out. This is like your... If there was AWACS, basically. This is essentially your AWACS. So you spot seed. Sure, you might die, but at least you know it's coming. That's my take on it. So when there's so many planes that for Russia that can do stuff like that, and it's while they're doing other things, like this is going to do the same thing while it's doing its best-in-class seed run with high ECM and speed. So while it's doing that, and make it a little cheaper there. While it's doing its seed run, which it's probably going to get kills with, it can also spot. While this is doing its AA run, which is with its R37s, the max range, I know it matches the, what's it called? What's the new American missile? You guys know what I'm talking about. Whatever the JADM. It matches the JADM and it matches the 174. But while it's doing that, it's also spotting. So there's things that these planes can do that it's going to be doing anyway, and it'll already spot that stuff. So the seed is the stealth is there. It's effective. But it's just funny that when Russia can just play the game, so it's out there doing other things, but then it also negates the thing that is making the US powerful. So again, I'm dumb. I still haven't figured out a proper way of explaining this, but I think people are starting to get the picture. It's weird. All right, so basically Russia just needs to play the game, and one or two players on the Russian team can start floating some points, and then they'll win. That's my impression of it. Now you still need to know what to use those points on, which is gameplay. But like that's my strong opinion right now, is that if you get to a point where there's a couple of Russian players that have a bank, they win. They get to get the artillery, they get to get whatever they want, and the counters for the US. All the meanwhile, the things that they're doing to counter the US is just playing the game. That's my strong opinion on the state of the game at the moment. But everybody needs to know what they're doing. And there's lots of gameplay involved with all that stuff. So anyway, let's do this. I think we'll do that, and we'll keep it cheap, and we'll bring 2 of them. And keep that cheap as well. Well, define cheap. These things can be very good. Very, very good. Do not sleep on the Su-25s. And like I mentioned here, something I learned this test, when you have... And we'll have a seed for itself. Yep, you can make it work. When you have a plane with ATGMs, any ATGM, you can laze targets, and you do not need to do a strafe run. I had no idea that was a thing. That's always been a thing, and I had no idea. So anybody that's played Wargame, potentially Warno actually, but I don't play Warno, so I don't exactly know how it works there. In Wargame, you can have things like an Su-25. You right-click, it goes near the front line. If it sees something that it can shoot an ATGM at, it will shoot the ATGM at it. Previously, we thought we had to do a strafe run. I definitely thought I had to do a strafe run in order to get it to do that. Turns out, if you just laze a target, if something is lazed, it will auto shoot these ATGMs at it as it's flying near the front line. So that's a thing that I'm going to be employing a hell of a lot more. So now we have what I would consider something that I would use, a AirMoto deck. You have the Orions, you have your ASFs, you have your ATGMs, you have your ground support, you have your helicopters. If you want to get off a sneaky helicopter rush, you can. You have really good artillery, you have really good SAMs, you have support through logistics, you have fire support through a couple of spruts. You're lacking any kind of heavy armor whatsoever, but you can make it up in other locations. Hopefully you've got a couple of armor players on your team. You've got really good infantry. You have okay infantry. You have good fire support. You have ATGMs. You have man pads, I mean. You have a lot. You have all of the sneaky recon. Hell of a lot of sneaky recon. Hell of a lot. So you can get a lot done with this deck. Not the only way you can build it, for sure. But, oh, and also incendiary grads, and the entire other team is going to block you after you use them. All right. Airborne Marine. Here's a throwback. The RPG 30 absolutely is worth it. I rarely got to use it on vehicles. You only get 4 shots, but it'll do a hell of a lot of damage. I think RPG 30 is worth it. Just in chance. Actually, now that you mention it, it's a fucking fantastic point. Where is that? This already does what I want that to do anyway, so I might as well give this. I might as well give that the RPG 30. That was a good catch there. And 70 points. I'll bring another one of these. Oh, perfect. Nope, never mind. Nope, not perfect. Was that 15 over or 10 over? We're good. Close enough. Did I not make that other spec? There we go. Do you think from your experience so far that they need to have another beta? I absolutely think they needed to do another beta, and it's not even from just a gameplay standpoint, but there were a lot of bugs. There were a lot of... Actually, I can't say a lot. There were bugs. They were not a lot, but they were extremely aggravating. You'll see them eventually in somebody's gameplay. You'll have mention of one in particular is gut-wrenching. So... maybe they fix that one. I think that there's some desync issues, which maybe they'll be able to fix, maybe not. There was a conversation about it where if you're playing people across the world, then you're kind of fucked. So make sure you choose who you're going to be playing against wisely. If you are an American and you're playing Russians, maybe don't play them. I can tell you from experience, that's pretty fucking desyncy. When a lot of things matter about the second choices, like spur of the moment, split second decision making stuff. You're gonna wish that there wasn't some desync, which is kind of unavoidable with the amount of units on the screen and the distance on the planet when you're playing people on the other side of the planet. All right, so we got. Oh yeah, so this is a throwback. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You guys have already seen this from me. I don't think I played this deck this time around. What am I missing? Give or take a few units, this is what I always use. Infantry is really damn good right now, though, so now that I think about it, maybe I'll switch some stuff up. This BMP3 with the 30 ECM is not too shabby. So I am going to make some changes. Beretti are pretty dope. SPGs are pretty dope. Cornet M's. Dope. Iglas with Skrezits. Leave it like that. BBMs, 4. Do it that way for now. Oh no, I was thinking of the barracks. Yep, I was thinking of the barracks. I'll keep it like that. Besk. Two of these. The helicopter rush, not as effective anymore, but pretty damn effective. Pretty damn effective if you do it correctly, which I've talked about several times. So, all right. So some slight changes since last time. I use more artillery now. You kind of need it. It used to be that you could move stuff up without having to worry too much about like cover because you can smoke your own vehicles and things like that. Not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. So I'd like to have some of that ability here. I'd also like to be able to have some reach out and touch for eliminating supply dumps and potentially AA if I can get sneaky with 1 or 2 units of artillery. Infantry have a much higher impact now, so with a deck like this where you don't have so much heavy armor, but you do have a little bit, I think the playstyle that I would go with this is that I actually, with my Airborne Marine deck, use something other than the Airborne, which are the tanks here. So I'd probably use the BVMs, look out for ATGMs, try and get into a urban environment, get my infantry up on top of like any kind of like points and things like that. Get sneaky with my recon, have my BMP3s, my BTRs as fire support, a little bit of fire support. We got artillery, have at least something for anti-air, but mostly it's going to be these boys. We got Seed. We've got a mix of Seed and R37s that can be stealthy if you need to go and look out for drones, but maybe you need to go a bit deeper behind the enemy line. You got a little bit of extra stealth and survivability with the Su-57. You got some Abrams that can also help with Seed. Anti-Abrams that can also help with Seed. That's a bit cheaper if I had taken something else, because I don't think I can take something else. Maybe I can get 2 there. I can, but, you know, still want the ability to do something. On that note, I'm taking 3 of those, or I'm taking 4 of those. Let's boom. Okay, we'll do that. This is a damn well-rounded deck that really shows off one of Russia's strengths, which is the Su-35. 350 is nothing to shake a stick at. It's really good. The infantry are really good. Fire support's really good. VMF are fucking amazing, and they do have their proper loadout there with the 2 high caliber anti-material rifles. Very good deck right here. I'll end up using this a lot. No NDAs at all. I can talk about whatever the hell I want. There were lots of bugs. Again, I can't say lots. There were bugs. There were issues. Everything else we pretty much talked about in the debrief episode that I did, that I posted earlier today. But otherwise, I'm still just as excited as I was last week for the game. And I think, generally speaking, everybody else should be too. I think there's some things that they should address. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. You know, tomorrow will come whether they do or don't. And like I said, I'm just as excited for the game. Josh, I'll get over that in a second here. And if any of you guys are going to be leaving, I understand this is a live stream. I'm going to put this up as a VOD, so if you come back and look tomorrow, there will be a live stream VOD of this. If you want to check that out. I'm going to go through Russia first. So if you want to see that, you're going to need to wait or come back tomorrow. However, I will tell you right now, Stryker gets 2 of the Pack 3s, get both of the new Pack 3s, while Armored still gets the Pack 2. Those are the only 2 decks for the United States, only 2 specs for the United States that it gets Patriots. Okay, next one. We've got Airborne Mechanized. This one can be pretty interesting because of this tab right here. You can get Cessnas if you want, which are pretty damn good anti-helicopter. This is fantastic anti-helicopter. No matter what you take, it is really good anti-helicopter. Really good. This is the best. But even though I said best, there's been times where only 2 seed missiles killed it. So, could have been because of desync, because I was playing Russians. Could have been RNG. I'm not sure. But these things are a must. So whether it's going to be the M1 or the Panzer, these things are the tits. So I'm going to be bringing as many Panzers as I possibly can. Tulpans, the tits as well. These get a bit of extra range, but look at the damage. Yeah. So I bring Tulpans, at least 2. That can probably go up to 4. We'll see what this deck ends up looking like. Oh, Cessna. I'll bring 2. I can have helicopters, so I don't need to worry too much. I'll bring 1 of these. 1 of these. And I will bring Buck in 3s. I'll bring 2 of those. And we're going 4 Tulpans. There's a lot that you can do here. A lot. You have a lot of options. I'm not saying that this is the best way to do it. I'm not even saying that, you know, this is the best way that I think right now. This is just what I'm deciding to use. Very good unit. Lots of different options that would make that still great. Very good unit. I wouldn't use this deck without taking these. I wouldn't use this deck without taking these. These are also great, but because you have these, you don't necessarily need these, so it's up to you. This is the only really long-range SAM, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, this is the only really, like, long-range SAM that you have. And these in particular, when you keep the radar off, were pretty nice at killing planes with their radar off. So I basically just kind of put these up with, not the front line, but with my frontline units, and they would get a lot of sneaky plane kills without the radar on. And then if you do feel like putting the radar on, you're that much closer because you're near the front line. So pretty nice. So solid support tab for a airborne deck because you get that mechanized side of things. And speaking of mechanized, you got these with Arena, which are pretty damn nice. These are very survivable. So if you end up doing, which we're going to cover here in a little bit, if you when you end up doing Russian armored mech, the T90s with Arena and these with Arena up for about the same cost, kind of go fucking ham. They're kind of really fucking good. So I like them. I'm keeping them. I will keep it. We'll do struts. We'll do 4 for fire support. And then for now, we'll keep it like that. I want to see where the points end up. Airborne again. I want to make sure I have a couple of these. Couple of these. 1 of those. And we'll do 1 of those. Or, I mean, two of those. And we'll see where the points end up. Same thing that I had with, like, my armored deck. I'm not as worried about planes as much anymore. So, there's some wiggle room on this one. I think what I'll do is I'll keep that like that. Have 1 of those. And I think I'll take 1 35. You know what? I don't remember the last time I tried the 35 without speed, but that's pretty handy as anti-tank. And I'm gonna be on the ground. I'm gonna try that. Oh, and you get the SU-27s as well. All right, R37 carrier. Ooh, I don't even need it. I can multitask. Yep. The other team is gonna hate me. Oof. Now that is some ground support. Like I've been saying, this isn't the only way to do it, but that's pretty fucking gnarly. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly. Cabs, R37. Hell, you know what? I'm going to actually take the seat off of this, and I'm going to do this. Never mind. Ooh, what if I just go fuck your Abrams deck right here? This is a fuck your Abrams deck. Now we'll keep seat on it. I'll keep seat on it. My understanding is that the armor is worse and the reverse gear is abysmal dog shit, though. What are we talking about, Highlander? Are we talking about the Russian tanks? Because that's realistic. Where was I? Here. Based off of what you were saying there, yeah. That's Russian Tank 101. They don't back up. There is no reverse. The armor is worse, though, too. But it's still great. The fire support's still great. And they were going toe-to-toe with Abrams just fine. You just don't be stupid with them. I took way less Striker Dragoons and way more Striker Dragons because there were other things. We'll get to that. I'll get to that here, Shervin. And if you miss it, this will be a VOD for tomorrow. I used Dragoons because of the fire support, but there were other vehicles that you could get that 30mm cannon on with Javelins as well from the Recon tab. So the Dragoons weren't useless, but I used way more grenade launcher Javelins than the Dragoons. T90 versus T72. I just used both. This is by no means better than the T90M. It's not. But it's nice to have beside it. Is all I was trying to say there. These are really good. This is a very good anti-infantry. They're very good. That's all there is to say about that. But I'm going to put them on foot. Did I get the range right on those? Yeah. 2 or 1. 1. Still 18, right? Yeah, 18. 80, 65, 55. 2 Skrezits. There. Not gonna worry about them too much because I have. Ooh, you know what? This is better than the Skrezits, isn't it? Way better. Forgot about that. All right, we're gonna renew you. And no, I'll take it. AGS, very good. BMP ones, you can put the BTR 80 on them. Any of you guys that caught the debrief podcast today when I said I was shooting at those open top vehicles with a BTR 30mm cannon that I had on BMPs at the time, 60 points, but you get a 30mm cannon and you can get up to the front line. These are pretty crazy. Except if they're shooting at open top vehicles, apparently, because then they can just eat the shots. But, you know, you get a 30mm cannon. They can soak ATGMs, and by soak, I mean, like, you can put them up next to a building. Once ATGMs shoot at them, then you go behind the building. ATGMs hit building. Funny. So they're pretty nice to have. The infantry game is for sure back, so you're going to want transports. These are not too fucking shabby. These are not too shabby, boys. These are pretty good. For 100 points, 30 ECM, you got the fire support, you got an ATGM. Use these. Use them. They're not the best unit in the game, but use them. Cornets. These were also good, too. Which I think I'll put... I'll give them those as well. No, I know. Actually, I want a couple of bulots. These are pretty solid anti-infantry. These are good anti-tank. It's got the 57mm. No ECM, though. So, you know what? I'll crack these down. I'll bring those up. You can't do 2 of those just for cheap. Okay. And I think we'll leave it like that for now. I can't play, so there are no... Hold on, I'll save it. There's no... There's no games going on. You can't create a lobby. Trust me, if I could, I would. And so would many other people, but we can't. Where are we? Suppressed. Autocannon. Couple of those. Anti-material. Yes, it's the same rifle, but it's not the same because those other squads you get 2. This is only 1. So pay attention to that. And I think we'll load up with some more bulots. Never mind. Infantry game, very strong at the moment. Your anti-material rifles, your grenade launchers, your flash launchers, your cannons from IFVs, very strong. Infantry game, big time. Big time back. Which, speaking of, I actually am going to replace. It's not going to be as effective, but you can use it as a transport. So I'm going to go with the 35 with the Bitvesk, and I'll put the usual rockets on there. But they do get less armor, but you can use them as a transport. So I'm going to put those on there instead of the K-52s. So that I could co-use them as a transport. In this situation. Can they do supplies too? No, they can't. That would have been dope. Alright. That's my Airmech. I'm not saying this is the only way you can do it. It's just the way that I would do it. We got our drones, which you can only get as airborne for Russia. Lots of sneaky snipers. A bit of extra reconnaissance that have some pretty solid setups here. Some good IFVs. A spattering of solid infantry. None of them are best in class, just solid. The vehicles, solid. Tanks, solid. In my opinion, best in class SHORAD. Actually, I think that could be everybody's opinion. I don't know who would disagree with that for the Pantsir at the moment. Tolpan, fantastic. Cessna, great SHORAD. Supply, great SAMs. Elmer is a thing, very good. Supply and transport, fire support, heli rush and transport, seed and long range air to air, seed and ground attack, bombs, and long range. So that's the setup I'm going to use for those in particular. And that is everything for Airborne. So we'll whittle it down now to, we got Armored Mech, which I think I'll just, I've only got one here. VDV Spetsnaz, it's not that I don't like it, I just like other things more. I play in a particular way, and I like having those other things. Although with the way that infantry work now, I do need to rethink some things. So you might be onto something there. Oh, I can't bring more BMP3s if I went Spets. I'll keep it the way it is, but I might change things in the future. Actually, I'm going the wrong direction. All right, we're not doing the Typhoons in this deck. And then there's my points. So no Typhoons. We'll use helicopters to move these guys in and then I get the spets. I get to have the Spetsnaz, which are good anti-infantry, and they're obviously good recon too. So, good point there. Good point. Yeah. So I'll concede that. I'll take those. There's other things that we can move quickly up on the front line too if we needed to. All right. Armored. We'll do armored mech from scratch. No helicopters and practically no air. So the way that I would use this is just to spot drones in case any of my other teammates are not. So try and keep it as cheap as possible. You can't get any R-37s. Maybe put a bomb or two on it for something that's particularly cheeky. That's up to you. I think what I'll do is I will keep it as cheap as possible. Does it get it down to something that I can actually keep if I do keep it that cheap? No. Okay. In that case, I'd probably do that. 340, 12,000 meter range. You'd be able to see some drones if they're above you. I'll bring that along too, because I can. If I need points, that's going to be the first thing to go, though. Heavy ground. AA. Giants. You get the other S300s in motorized, so that's all I'm working with there. We'll have these in front of you. I'll take 3. Tulpans, I'll take 4. Supply. You get no helicopters, so you got to be careful with that. Probably do that. Long range AA, not so long range AA. Shorad, and the best shorad in the game, in my opinion. Tulpans, that's probably enough. Honestly, I think the effect... The other team will hate me, but I think the effect of having 4 of these, and then just when you're about to push, one of these is probably better than having 2 and 2. Other team's gonna despise me, but... Ooh, and you can get all 3? Yeah, that's the play. Can you do other stuff? Abso-fucking-lutely. Am I gonna do them at the moment? Nah. But you can do a hell of a lot of things with this artillery. This is some pretty insane amounts of artillery that you can get with this deck. Absolutely fucking insane. If I was going to use them in particular, I would use the toss the way that I'm using the toss. I would use the Tulpan the way that I'm using the Tulpan as opposed to the 2S5. Malcos can't do anything with, but you can get up to 6 of them, so have at it. Koalitzia, same deal. I mean, you can get the extended range. Anybody that's played the previous test, you'll get the idea. If you like the Koalitzias, but you got a little bit less money, you got the Mistas there. That's pretty much... Oh, and then you got the Akatsias. you could team stack and have 2 people that loaded up this entire thing with just nothing but pantsiers and artillery, and you're probably going to win that game. I'm not kidding. So good luck. We'll see what that looks like. Show me what that looks like if you guys ever do that. I bet you'll make people leave is the thing. It's a lot of artillery. It's a lot. The only thing is that you're not going to be doing too much of the spotting yourself because you're not going to see things. Other people need to see the things, and then you're the one that's going to be able to shoot them. As we are on the recon tab now. So let's go over, we'll keep it, we'll go anti-material, I think, and we'll quad it with the BMP3s, with the ERA, I mean with the, what am I saying? ECM. Well, they got a ERA too, but. And I think I want something with armor that will go up front with them. Although, scratch the armor. I never got to use this deck, so I don't know how painful it is to not be able to see things. It really, you're really going to rely on your teammates. If you use this as a support, you're going to fucking roll somebody. Like, if there's somebody that's using an airborne motorized near you, you're going to fucking roll them because hopefully the airborne motorized is using recon. But otherwise, you're left in the dark, literally. What's the best US IFV? One of the Strykers. It's the Recon Stryker, I think. Pro tool pan up close is overkill? Not so much. I've used that quite a lot. The stuff to counter arty, I wouldn't necessarily make it my problem. But you're not completely incorrect there. Something that I could probably easily do is I'd swap out the Derivizias because if I wanted Shorad, I've got it already. It just kind of spreads my pantsiers a little thin because if I wanted to use them for anti-seed, then that leaves me with maybe one on the front line, which is why I've got the Derivizias and the pantsiers. Also, Derivizia with the 57s could fire. This could be fire support. So, you know what? We'll scrap the toss altogether, maybe. Scrap the toss altogether, and you make a good point. You're going to want that long range. So 43, Koalitz is the 50 something, right? Or no, 45. Wow, okay. You don't get any longer with this, right? No, that's shorter. With the Smirch now, I was never like that worried about AA. And hell, I've got seed, don't I? Oh, I don't in this deck. Too used to having Russian seed. Something irks me about spending 250 points to get rid of a thing that I'm not myself. I'm not worried about. Oh, because I'm not going to be in the air. Where was I? Is the thing. I'm only worried about things that are up close and then I roll them. I think if I used this deck to worry about things that were super far behind the line, it'd be too much. I'd be trying to look around too much. I'd be trying to do too much. So overall effectiveness, do I think I would get something? Do I think I would get more from using this Koalitzia, the one Koalitzia, rather than the one toss? It's possible, especially where I have the 4 tool pans. The 4 tool pans can probably do what the toss can. The only thing is that where it shoots these long bursts, these short bursts of these thermobaric, it's much more surprising than consistent tool pan shots. And these will do a better job killing infantry, which is what I'm going to be worried about, than these will. Although these will eventually get them. Let's say there's a stack of infantry in a cluster of buildings. This will do a more effective job at eliminating those than these will in that short amount of time. But you can get 2 of these Malkas. The reload's not going to be as good as you can't laze. That's a toss-up. That's a toss-up to me. I'm not sure there, man. Still no S400 or Kinzals yet. No. Not that Russia needs it. They've got crazy air power and SAMs anyway. I think I'd rather do this because you can laze some stuff too, and I'm going to be trying to get sneaky on the ground anyway. I think I'd rather do that. I think. We'll keep it like that. That's just the way that I play. Okay, infantry. There's going to be a lot here. So, we want the AGSs. We definitely want the barbarians. Barbars. So we'll quad those. And it will come to a surprise to, I imagine, many of you that that's probably all we're going to do. So T-15 is still the T-15. I have several clips of me surrounding developers and playtesters with T-15s and scrapping their Abrams to a pulp. So T-15s can still very much do T-15 things. They are 50 points more expensive now, however. And the infantry game is not what it used to be. It is very good. So the opposite of what people usually use that phrase for. It's very good infantry game right now. So I think what I'll do is I'll take the 4 there, which is almost very close to half of my infantry tab anyway. And I'll bring some other stuff. So Verbas. Quad those up. These guys are okay. I think what I'm going to do instead, though, is I think I'm going to do that. And I'll bring them with the thermo. AGS with this. These guys. Oh, with this one. And I think these guys with just the Afghanet for 80. So the thing about that Afghanet, am I saying that right? Yeah, Afghanet. You get 4. There's a lot of things that you get APS for that are just 2. So this can eat a lot, as long as it's not in quick succession, which you can get pretty regularly against the US now. Fuck it, we'll bring 2. And that puts us on pace anyway. Perfect. And that's a thermobaric launcher at 600 meters, which is usually the distance of what you're going to find against the Americans, because there's going to be a lot of MAWs in buildings. There's going to be a lot of javelins and tow missiles, so it probably won't make it, but if it does, you're going to fuck some shit up. So that'll be cool. Just realized I could shoot helicopters. That's pretty crazy. All right. Vehicles, boop. And as I mentioned before, I like this combo. Personally, I like it. And I think I did this as well. But I'm missing something there. Oh, you know what? No, actually, in this case, what I'm going to do is that. Yep. There's a little bit of wiggle room there for sure, but I think we'll keep it like that for now. There's definitely some changes that can be made, and I'd base it off gameplay, but based off of the 3 days that I just had playing, this is probably the strongest, I would think, for this deck in particular. But like I've been saying, if it's up to you guys. If you wanted to come in here, maybe you'd bring more artillery, maybe you'd bring less. Maybe you would just do SU-25s instead of the SU-27. But actually, you know what? Honestly, I think I'd go as far as say that is a mistake with the way that the game plays right now. I think that you should help your team and help yourself by having something that can spot out to 12,000 as Russia, because of the effectiveness of U.S. air and the stealth drones. I would much rather have that than anything else. This in particular, I think this is a must-have. I think the T-15s are a must-have. I think the Pantsers are a must-have. S-300s are a must-have because you're armored. So that's the longest range, even though the other S-300s exist now. They're still very good. Panzer is best shore ride in the game, in my opinion. All of these are, I mean, they're just heavy tanks. So the T-15 and anything with a cannon can kind of do what these do. They just do it better in terms of anti-other vehicles. If you're going to be fighting strikers, try and triple stack your vehicles. So strikers like to win against double stacks of tanks. And if you have only 2 tanks together at once and you're fighting the strikers, make sure they're shooting at the same unit at the same time. You can 2-shot strikers, but if anything other than that, it's pretty much a trade at best for you, because the javelins are going to be coming for your ass. So you're going to be smoking and getting out of there if you're fighting more than one striker at a time and they have the javelins. So it's pretty scary with those javelins. You gotta watch out for that. So that's how I would build an armored mech right there. What are we doing here? We could do armor marine. Oldie but goodie. Have you tried the B10? I've been a fan since the previous beta, and it's similar to the A3 Bradley for 5 less points. 2 more APS and better ATGMs, however, it lacks armor. B10. What are we talking about? that a these nuts joke? What's the B10? Yeah, do you mean is that a D's nuts joke in some way, or do you mean the M10 Booker? Dorian. He probably means the M10. M10's great. It's just lightly armored, so if they send an HEGM plane after it, boop. Oh, the Kurganets. The Kurganets. I used the Kurganets way back in the day, and I didn't see their cost effectiveness as being better than if I had just brought a Barbarian. Which we'll take a look at that in the next one anyway, so we'll pull that up here again. ArmorMarine, which we would have been able to have from the previous tests. We'll go over here. Oh, those are B10s, right? So when it comes to like just the overall effectiveness of it, this could end up being a comeback because this is very strong against infantry. Or at least I've been told that this is very strong against infantry. So it's possible that these are now, since these are now half the cost of what a proper T-15 is built up as. It's possible. Although you did say B10, which is that. I don't know if I would do that. I don't know if I would be in a position to bring bigger guns and not bring bigger guns. That's just me, personally. All right. We already know what we're looking at here. Recon, the infantry game being the way it is now, definitely bring those. And I would do these actually now more. Although I'm forgetting, it's nice to have something that can go across the water. Same thing with these guys. Grenades. 2 of those. And then you're pretty much out of room there with that. But it's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. There's definitely a lot of room for that. There's not a whole lot going on that infantry tab, especially with the way that the infantry game works right now. But meh. These guys are fucking badass at anti-infantry though. These are as well. These aren't going to be anything to shake a stick at. I don't think I'm using that phrase correctly, but you guys know what the fuck I mean. Bring a couple of those too. That's pretty deadly. That's a pretty deadly setup right there. Where are you? There you are. So I think with the point value, I can make this work. Although we have a hell of a lot more left with the support tab here as Marine, it looks like. So, So thought process here, super long range SAM, closer SAM, S350 is very effective. We got anti-seed for that. We've got anti-helicopter SHORAD. We got supply. We got, specifically, this would be for long range supply depot snipe. And then if it's in range here, we can have these. This is just kind of more of an annoyance artillery than anything. With a little bit of laser guide ability there, because if we sneak those guys back there. These can laze, right? Yes. No, they can't. But they could. Alright, those guys can't laze. You can, though. But they're going to be frontline fighters. We'll keep it that way. Potential change in the future would be swap out these for another one of these. But I think that'll kind of do what I need to do anyway with that stuff. Maybe not. Maybe it won't. But that's how I would build it right now, I think. Personally. Okay, so not much to do here. I always get that mixed up. Probably that. Do that. Cruise missiles, they're already there. As cheap as possible, probably do anti-helicopter. For them oh shit moments. Never mind. You know what? We're going to lose the cruise missiles. They'll probably work against randoms, but I think we'll lose them. What I'm worried about are helicopters. Because this is all I got to stop them, and they don't get a smoke, and they also get one shot. So, between this and this, that's all I got to stop those Guardians and those little birds. Which is a bit scary. So I think I'll bring these. And we'll get rid of that. That's my thoughts right now. For the old Armored Marine. There's not a whole lot of infantry that you can bring. And they do have some pretty good infantry available. But I'm potentially still stuck in my ways of vehicle over infantry. But infantry are very good right now. So you guys would probably want to test, I don't know, some kind of spattering. Maybe even get rid of it, because that's 600 points you can free up. So that's about 6 squads of infantry. Maybe a little bit more depending on which ones you buy. That you could free up by just taking out 2 of those T-15s, and you'll still do a lot of damage with 2 T-15s. But I think I'm still stuck in my ways a little bit with the 4 T-15s. These are pretty solid to have as backup. Got a bunch of those. Got a couple of quick boys there with the BTR 90. That can also be amphib. We got SAMs. We got heavy tanks. Got a bunch of heavy tanks. Bit of SHORAD, bit of artillery. We got supply. Oh shit, rockets if we need them. Oh shit, helicopters if we need them against the new SF stuff. And with for 285 points, you get to get eyes up to see if you can see their drones. Helo supply is a nub trap. They are visible from so far away, and every decent player will fire 1 artillery shot at the landing location. They will, unless there's too many, or if you put it too far back that they don't see it. I've been using helicopter supply the entire time, but you know what? Luckily, I've got 2. So you're not wrong, but still works. I was fighting hardos for 3 days there with those playtesters, and most of the time, at least the locations that I was putting it, the supply choppers worked. You do want to make sure you definitely bring some ground supply though, so that you can sneak up some stuff up into your infantry when they're in those urban fights. Armored motorized. Let's do this. I have one that was potentially my favorite. I think I talked about this in my or in the debrief earlier. You know what? Fuck it. Actually, let's just show the one I used. Actually, this is probably the best example for this situation because I'm showing what I would do with those decks, and this is actually one that I used to success, or with success, that you guys will see games with eventually. GRU, pretty nasty. So this is from Motorized. You can choose to have Verba with them, or you can choose to have the anti-tank. I chose Verba. Those helicopters can get pretty sneaky and pretty scary over with the U.S. Special Forces now. And you'll see that echoed with the Verba and the Eagle S's as well. These guys are pretty fast. I probably don't need that many of them, so maybe I'll switch some things up, but they're very fast, and they can get back there. I don't know if you guys can even hear the music in the background, but I've got Tarkov music in the background just as something other than the background menu music, but you guys might not even be able to hear that. So, right. So, sneaky recon infantry. GRU as, like, frontline recon infantry. These guys are pretty badass. They're pretty good. These things are really fucking quick, so you can get them around on the flanks. I don't think I need 5 of them, so maybe I'll end up decreasing that, but that's what they are cool at. This for 2,400 meter range. Can I do other things with it? Sure. I could put the 57 up on there if I wanted to, but I am leaving it there for now. And we've got this as well for some extra 2,400 meter range. Like I've been saying, those helicopters are scary. Getting eyes out is scary when you're fighting the U.S. So this kind of represents that. I wanted to get as many like recon vehicles out as I could, as opposed to like what's it called? Fire support. If I wanted fire support, I'd use the T-15s, of which this deck has 6 of them. T-15s can still do T-15 things, absolutely. There's just a hell of a lot more infantry out there that can be stealthier, and they can carry a lot of javelins. So you got to watch out for that. A change that I would make to this deck is I probably would scrap 2 of these for a bunch of, like, the... I don't know. Scratch that, because that is motorized. I can't get BMP3s. It's the boomerangs, and I did not like the boomerangs. These liked to die to Bookers. Bookers were around, and the M8 AGSs from US Airborne liked to kill these as well. So I didn't really like their fast. They can take punches. They have APS. They have a cannon. They have ATGMs. But I didn't really find much success with them. So that's why I have the T-15s in this deck in particular. That makes a bit more sense. So this wouldn't be like a heavy infantry fighting deck. I would be on the edge of a town, shooting into it with my vehicles, my artillery, while also keeping up a very strong AA net. This would be a very, very strong AA net. These are the 2 best S300s in the game. You don't get powerful SHORAD to protect them from incoming seed missiles. However, the OSA can do the job, but there's potential for you to get overwhelmed by seed missiles with this. You can do it. But what you really want to watch out for is, you know, any kind of planes coming in to bomb it, or drones that are above it, which are why you get the 220-point MiGs up there with the 12,000 meter range. Those are just up there to spot stuff, and then the S300s kill them. And hopefully you don't get too overwhelmed with seed missiles, and these soak it before these do in the back. And then you got your supply. Smirch, fantastic. Shoot 2 rounds at a time at where you think a supply depot is, or where you think their AA is at. Again, fantastic. So fantastic I might go as far as say I want to get rid of a couple of things just so I can get one more of these. But at the same time, any points that you're spending, especially the 300 points you're spending on one of these smirches, are 300 points you're not spending elsewhere. When with a deck like this, you want to be pushing on the ground. The stuff that we talked about in the debrief episode today, whenever I mentioned like gameplay still involved, what I am kind of paraphrasing over there is the mention that you still should be going for points. You need to be pushing infantry, you need to be pushing vehicles, you need to be keeping the other team spending their points on something, which involves the use of infantry, IFVs, and tanks. You need to be pushing the points. So that's a thing. Where'd my chat go? There it is. Did I miss any questions? Nope, we're good. This just needs to come out already? I wish, man. As doomer as I sounded for those 3 days, there's going to be some other recordings. In some of the games, I'm just like, fuck this, Russia's too overpowered. I might have even said that verbatim at some point. Dude, fuck this, Russia's too overpowered. It's because we're fighting a team stack of game testers that were doing what I said Russia should do in order to win. And there's just nothing that you could do about it when 2 of the 3 people on your team are new to the game. But, anyway, that's how I would build my armored motorized deck. Okay. What is left? I guess we go... We're going to start overlapping here now. So motorized marine? Yeah, motorized marine. Wait. Did I do everything? Yeah, that's how that works, right? I did everything else, right? Yeah. Motorized marine. Out of the new units, what do you find the most interesting? That's a crazy question, dude. Probably the Americans. The Strykers, probably. Yeah, Strykers. The Strykers can really take a hit. You can put APS on all of them. And they have a lot of interesting weapon systems with them. So of the new units, what do I find the most interesting? Probably the Strykers. But the Stryker as a whole. So like every variation of the Stryker. Which is a lot. It's as you just saw there. Oh no, you're gonna run into team stacks, man. That's inevitable. You will run into team stacks. Alright, MotoMarine. What would we do here? So VMF. Quad stack those. Every single time you are playing Russian Marine, quad stack the VMF and use them on the front line. You're welcome. GRU. I think I'll use them with Verbas. Put a couple of these boys on there. Insane anti-infantry, anti-light vehicle capability with just one of these squads. I like to double stack them. Bonkers. GRU, very strong. You can choose what you want to use. In this case, I decided to use Verba. Boomerangs, pretty nice. They're speedy. They'll get your infantry to the front line if you need them to. Amphibious as well, along with the BTR 90, which makes me not want to bring the BTR 90. Why does the BTR-90 have better armor than the Boomerang? I wouldn't have guessed that. Goddamn. Well, okay then. All right, BTR-90 is better armor than the Boomerang. Is that a bug? Any stat nerds? Any military equipment nerds in the chat that know about that shit? Because that's surprising to me. If they do have a beta, when do you think they'll have it? Sometime between now and June. But I'm leaning more towards them not having a beta, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess I'll keep it like that then. BTR-90 with more ammo or more armor than a Boomerang. Who would have guessed? Not me. All right, SSO. Standoff. Are they very good anti-infantry as well? Yes, they are, but I'm going to choose standoff. SPGs. BMP3s. Igla S's. Because helicopter's scary. These aren't the double squads, so I'm not going to take them. Ready. AGS's. What does this armor look like? That's pretty good. More BMP3s. Oh, you can't take all. Bop, bop. So infantry, and pretty much infantry, but you know, SVDs are nice. Fire support, anti-helicopter. Also, can't forget these guys, infantry. Recon. Pretty solid. Yeah, keep it like that. All right. Definitely these. Definitely this. The incendiary. Probably just one. Anti-seed. We'll do that. Do that. Just one. Smirch. Cluster. One. Supplies. Two. Artillery. This can tilt a little bit one way or the other, but I think I'd probably leave it like this for now. And but what I mean by that is maybe a little less artillery, a little bit more AA, or maybe a little bit less AA, a little bit more artillery. I'll probably leave it like that for now. I'll leave it like that. Were there any large noticeable changes to line of sight, especially in forests or looking out of them? It was one of my biggest frustrations in the last test. Sorta. SAM missiles can shoot through forests now, so that's a thing. Otherwise, I think it played about the same. I think. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really paying too much attention to it, other than the fact that if something was in a tree line, if a SAM missile was in a tree line, then I knew it could or couldn't. Like, I knew it could now shoot through it. So that's pretty much all I really realized. There's like some other details around tree lines where you can burn them down now, depending on what ammunition you're using. If you're using incendiaries, you can burn them. If the 350 has multi-fire, it does. Can shoot at 3 different targets with 2 missiles per target. Hellfire. Helicopters. If it was the U.S., it would be there. But all right. Probably supply. Let's do cheap recon. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna put the 8 Iglas on there. Recon with 8 Iglas. This might be handy, particularly against the Stryker Shorad. So, it's been a very long time since I've used one of these, but I think I'm going to. A little bit of extra supply somewhere. I'll leave it like that. Air tab. Seed. I'm tempted to see what that does for some reason. I don't know why. Ooh, you know what? I could bring 2 of these and these would be fucking filth. So actually, that'd be pretty fucking filthy for 425 points or 420 points though. Okay. What am I doing? You know what? Gone. Easy. Easy peasy. It's pretty rare that would be useful anyway. And when I have these boys, I don't think I need it. We're gonna do that. It's early press access, but I can't play multiplayer. They're not opening servers for multiplayer. So there was only 3 days that they were doing the multiplayer. You guys will see the games for those eventually. So yeah. Okay, that's my MotoMarine deck. We've got a nice spattering of some armor with the BVMs. I like the BVMs. They're speedy. They can do the tank thing. We've got some other IFVs that can also do it, and they've got 30 CM while being amphibious and having 2 smokes, which is pretty nice. Got a bunch of those. We got some BTRs for some other speedier transport. We've got some boomerangs, which turns out not that armored, but they do have 4 APS along with a smoke, and they've got a 30mm cannon. That's nothing to shake a stick at with some good ATGMs on them. And BTR 90s, which are for some reason better Yeah. VMF, very good. GRU, very good. SSO, very good. SPGs, very good. Beretti, very good. Very good infantry. Solid deck. You got some artillery, you got some more artillery, and you have some more artillery. You've got long-range SAMs, you got some shorter-range SAMs, you got stuff to protect them, and you got supply. And you got some cool helicopters. And stuff to spot stuff that's going to come bomb you because you're playing the US and they got stealth drones and stuff. And then Su-25s to do everything else. And seed. Pretty cool deck. MotoMech. These are the 2 new specs for Russia. So what I'll probably end up doing is GRU. In this case, anti-tank. And I'll put them on foot. These as well as informers. But these, I'm going to put them in here. Yep, seems about right. A couple of these. What's my infantry tab look like? That's dope. All right, never mind. We're gonna do none of those. I don't think this is gonna do shit, but fuck it, I'll bring a couple. I don't know why, I don't think I'm ever gonna use those, but fuck it. Okay, a lot of BMP3s here, and we'll do the 3Ms. AGS, let's do the cheaper ones. Couple of those. Iglas with these. Right, and then these guys with the other one. Did I do Bulat or what I do? 3M? Yeah, I'll do that. And SSO. We'll do specifically anti-infantry with these guys. I'll bring 2 less of these in order to do this, because Igla S. Yep. We got room. We got a little bit of room. Little bit. Not enough. Alright, so we'll do that. Just in case we got the... Wait, actually no, opposite. That. Because APS. So if I was particularly worried about getting a squad in somewhere, at least I have that, and it's got APS, so it can survive a little bit. We'll do that. These. And this. This is, if you can't tell, this is going to be a city fighter. This will be city fighter, but with vehicle support, obviously. Oh, wait, no, what am I doing? I'm missing actually one of the most important. I did like having these, but we'll reduce them. We're going to go 2 on these, go 2 on these. And actually, that'll do it. We'll just do, yeah. And we'll take 2 of these. Yep, we got enough. Oh. Perfect! That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. All right, cool. Oof. That's... You know what? Given the use case of what I would use these tool pans for, this is going to do a better job for it. So I'll use this card slot for something else because of the options that we have available here. And I'll... I was going to take 2 of those, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take... No, because I could just use this on whatever I would use that on. Theory. All right, we'll do that. Yeah. No, too much. These are kind of like a hidden hero because they're pretty cheap and they're fast. Armor doesn't look like it really matters too much. But I think with this tab, you can get a lot done with that. Get a lot done. You've got some decisions to make with this one because you've got the really good AA, you've got the really good artillery, and the really good artillery is tempting. It's very tempting. I understand the drop smoke. I understand it. I know. Alright. Although I think that might have been where my brain was going when I removed that a second ago and then took one more of these, because that does a better job than that, but the price is different. So we lose the card, get one more. It still does the thing that I needed it to do, but well, even better, even though it's more expensive. And then this does allow me to bring this stuff to be able to do the more pinpoint specific anti. But I guarantee if I end up putting this in my deck, I'm not going to use it as smoke. I never use that. I just never do it. I just don't. Those can't smoke anyway, so. Can the 2S5? No. So it'd have to be that. fuck's the difference? Oh, the reload. Quicker reload, huh? Okay. Apparently these shoot like 4 at a time. Anybody that has played Wargame, the Vasilix, even though it's ridiculously short range. that's shorter than most ATGMs. Like, you're gonna get shot. But it shoots 4 rounds, so the amount of smoke you can put out is pretty crazy. If that's your playstyle, you're gonna want to test and see what happens there with those. All right. Fuck it. That's more well-rounded doing that, so I'd go with that. I'd do that. I don't think I'm ever gonna do the smoke. I think I'm just gonna move quickly. It's more spur of the moment kind of stuff. Okay, 2400, and you put the sensors on it, and I'll keep it as cheap as possible. I think. Yeah. Help with a bit of wrecking. Still want to see if I can get a laze on that stuff with this, so we'll keep that there. Supplies. Air. Probably this. Damn, you can bring a bunch. Okay, we'll do that. And then this boy. Oh, never mind. I don't know what to do. Whatever I'm about to pick is not going to make much of a difference, even though it's a good couple hundred points. It's really not going to make a difference. That might be handy. But it goes over. Shit. I don't know why I just... That's more. Alright, fine. No, because that's... Although that's only 400 less and it's much cheaper. Actually, I'm going to keep it that way. Fook. Whatever. Good enough. I don't think I'll ever use those things. But they're there. All right. That's my MotoMech. So this is really just a spot. Spot those drones. Spot those American stealth planes. If you're particularly worried about them. So that hopefully these and this can kill them. And if they try to siege you, this will stop it. Artillery, but probably going to be mainly these. This is city fighting. This will be like a... My intention would be to try and take an urban area with this. Incendiary rockets with the grads are going to be pretty damn useful, and any other supply depots or artillery depots behind the lines will get hit by a couple of these missiles here. Pretty useful there. Nice fire support. Not the best tank in the game, but still nice. Micklicks for fucking up infantry. Yep. Some stuff here. These actually do have some HE ability with this stuff here, or at least that should be HE. That's not HE, is it? No, that's HEAT. So what's the point of that? You hit infantry and there's some damage there. There's a blast radius. It's probably going to do a pretty good job against infantry. Infantry, anti-infantry, anti-helicopter, infantry, really good anti-infantry, anti-helicopter, really good anti-infantry, very good anti-infantry, transport with APS, fire support, transport, anti-helicopter transport, cheap ground transport, effective IFV transport, very fast flank speed vehicle, a bit of drone that I don't think I'm going to use, sneaky snipers with heavy anti-vehicle weapon, sneaky snipers, good recon infantry. That's the description there of that deck. I think there's only one left, isn't there? MarineMech. Isn't that all that's left? I think that's how that works. Yeah, because we did bop. Yeah, it's just MarineMech, which do we have? I feel like I've used that. Maybe I used one at some point, but I don't have one available right now, so we'll do MarineMech. Oops. I'm not insane, right? Did I make that deck? Everything's mushed together. I don't think I made this one yet. Pretty sure I didn't. Everything's mushed together. If it's still AK, what's the point of the giant missiles? What's still AK? Can IL-76 do low drops? I don't think so. I think it's the AN-72 or whatever that thing is. What's the spot range of long-range AA by now? Not good enough against American stealth. That's really all I can say about it. Okay. What do we want to do here? Let's go. We'll start with Wreck. No drones, so VMF because you have them. And we'll put them in 90s. Let's put you in these. And then we take you in nothing. Ooh, this is the... Ooh, forget you. Everybody dies from 50 cals. Or whatever these things, whatever you want to call these. Ooh. That's super anti-infantry. That's nuts. That's really good. Okay, cool. All right. Why not? SPGs. Oops. SPGs. Let's have something on wheels that's cheap, I guess. Let's do that. Something cheaper on wheels that'll get up there faster. Let's mess around a little bit with that. This is also another. This would also be like another city fighter deck for sure. You have a pretty sizable vehicle tab, but that still is what it would be. Beretti. You know what? Let's just keep them. Fuck it. Let's keep them cheaper. Let's keep the Beretti cheaper. AGS. Let's also keep this cheap for the Transpo. Man pads aren't fantastic, but these are pretty solid. Let's just do 2 and 2 because we have Pantsers back there. Anti-infantry, and we'll bring them with these. Make sure they got the thermobaric, a little bit of extra armor because they have to get close. Thermobaric. And then last but not least, we go with these guys. And I think we're going to go 3 and 3. Maybe that'll be enough. Yep, we got plenty. All right, so then more man pads, we're fine. Okay. Do that. Yeah, I kind of like that. Having the SVDs is going to be pretty good, though, with these. All right, we're going to swap these to the Bulats. And then Gorno. Yeah. Speedy, cheap transport. Cool. All right, vehicles, boop. And BVM, because I like them. And you. And I think we're going to keep it like that for now. I think there's going to be other points I want to spend elsewhere. Like this tab, for instance. There's a lot of fun stuff in here. Pantsiers. We'll go 3. Fill pans. I keep clicking. I want the fill pans. I want the 2S4s, not the 2S5s, but I always click over there for some reason. We'll take that. Actually, we're going to go back down to 2. Vitiaz. Yeah, we don't get the 300. Do get bucks. I'll take 2, and I'll take a couple of Variuses as well. This is going to be in danger of getting artilleried. Decisions. I'm not sure. What are we asking about? Into the cord variant? Yeah, I don't think they have it in this one. The cords were a little disappointing, but I think I kept getting unlucky with who they were fighting, which was like American SF, which is like kind of top tier for anti-infantry with all those like 6.5 Creedmoor rifles and stuff. That's what we're doing. That's 1,500 points. We got some spending to do. You know what I never used once? This with the smart cluster, but I know what smart clusters do, and I know what Russian planes with that speed and that ECM do. So it's not going to be completely ineffective at ground support. On top of, it's got R-77s. So you know what? Maybe we say fuck it. Maybe we put some smart clusters on this bitch. 75 points though. Yeah, you can get 6. I don't feel comfortable putting 535 points behind a plane with 15% ECM and 450 speed. I don't. It can do the thing. It definitely can, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna do that. And then what I'm also gonna do is that. And that. For spottage. 130. This is the low altitude drop plane, isn't it? I think it is. And 72. Somebody was asking about that earlier. 130. Pop, 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 pop. Pop. Yeah, we're ditching these. They're not that great anyway. No, no. I could see that being more useful. We'll take 3 of those, even though we got supply here. Oh, wait, no. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to this. I was just looking at this. So, no, it doesn't have an AGS though. Like a glove. All right. Other team is really gonna hate these ASVKs. That's super heavy anti-infantry. These are super heavy anti-infantry. These are solid anti-infantry with the amount of SVDs that you get. Fire support, anti-infantry, fire support, anti-helicopter, speedy fire support, speedy vehicle transport. And it's also got KBVTs, which are, you know, still okay. Anti-infantry, strong infantry, which is really just the only strong infantry that I have, but they are potentially the strongest. Actually, I think they are the strongest Russian infantry because of the amount of the squad size. SPGs. Some solid tanks. These are I like these tanks. These are cool. These will be fun. Very good panzer. Good artillery. Okay, artillery. Vityaz, great. Buck, okay. Strictly just anti-seed 4 in front of these two. Supply, mainly recon, but can do a bit of helicopter, chopper stuff, chopper rush stuff if I need to. Supply, anti-drone, sightline, anti-drone, cheap sightline kind of stuff. I'm probably spending a bit too much in the air, but it's not like I can really do too much elsewhere. I really can't unless I do something like that. And now I have cruise missiles. I think that's probably better. No, that's better. I'm doing that. More supply and cruise missiles. That's a lot of missiles for 390 points. Yeah, I'm doing that. That's what I'm doing. Gentlemen, that is every single Russian spec. That's every single one. If you missed any of them, you can rewind. But that's the whole shebang. That's everything. In one sitting. How long has it been? Two and a half hours. Well, not as long as I thought it was going to be. But now we got to do the U.S. We're going to do the U.S. as well. So before we move on to the U.S., let's see if we can bang out any other... If you guys got a question, at the Autistic Armchair General. Again, apologies for the longer name. It's nowhere near as short as Nice Guy, but at the Artistic, and that usually should probably pop up by then. But if you got a question for me specifically about anything Russia spec-wise, let me know now, or forever hold your peace unless you rewind, because we're gonna move on to the U.S. after this. I was wondering with the Spec Ops drone, you said it was really hard to detect. It's not really hard to detect. You just need to put up a plane with 12,000. If you put up a plane, you'll do it. Ground units can detect it as well. But let me finish your question here. Is that the same for the stealth bombers, or are they way easier to see? Every single American unit, which we'll be talking about here in a second, has 1.75 stealth. So if you get used to using them, of which I did, you'll get a very good understanding of where and when you get spotted with 1.75 stealth when you're in the air. So you can be pretty damn close to the front line with stealth drones and see tons of things, to then get lit up by artillery before Russia even knows that they're being spotted, unless you do this thing as Russia, which is what I actually just set up with that last deck, to have a bunch of cheap planes with 12,000 meter range, like this one right here. It's not as cheap as it could be because you can get it down to like 220 with some of the MiGs and stuff. Just have it out there, and you'll spot the drones. It takes one missile to kill any drone, whether it's from an S-300 or whether it's from a plane. Your plane doesn't even need to be the one that shoots it down. But you can do quite a lot with something like this, because you have an R-37. So just, you'll spot it, you send one R-37 at it, it dies. That's all you need to do to counter it. I'll do Armored Special Forces first, sure. Better range, better. Higher range, better is my playbook when it comes to the S-300 there. I always do it that way. It loves to one-shot, so farther range, better. Farther range, just do that. That's my 2 cents on it. That's it. It's not that much farther, but actually, what am I saying? It's 500 more. And then when you put your radar on, so that's an extra 1,000. You get an extra 1,000. It's damn good. So that's what I do. You keep supplies on it. Sure, it's got the reload time, which is a lot, but that's what I do. You got the S350 in front of it if you need to change something up about it. So that's my reasoning behind it. Don't need to agree with it. You guys can do your own game, but that's what I do. All right, we're moving on to US. I actually want to grab a drink real quick before we do. So I will be right back, guys. And we will start with so-and-so wanted to see Belgian Gaint wanted to see Armored SF, which is a pretty spicy. It's a spicy meatball. So we'll start with that. But let me grab a drink. I'll be right back, guys. Spotting distance of the long range SAMs for a second. Once again, that is a thing. Buildings get in the way, stealth get into the way. If you guys want to make sure that you are in the best position possible to not get absolutely fucked by American stealth, you want to use a plane. Where was it? Low alt range, 3,200. High alt range, 4,000. Based off of the math behind the stealth, that stealth drone and any stealth planes can get, I mean, especially when you take into account the drop distance for those bombs or those shoot distance for any kind of missiles they might be shooting, they're practically on top of you. So you want helicopters, you want pantsiers up closer to the front line before they get above your other stuff. And you want planes. It is Belgian Giant. Yeah, yeah, it was Gant before. So yeah. My 2 cents there. But you guys play the way that you would like to play. Spook. Can you not? Did I not make that other one? What did I do? There we are. Okay. Sippy sip. All right, last Russian question. For now, is there a RU deck combo that is just bad and we should stay away from it? Here's the thing: tanks will kill things. Infantry, when put in the right position, will kill things. Bombs will kill things. AA will kill things. There isn't a single deck that won't be playable. All of them are playable. Especially if you're like in a team stack and you're like coordinating with your teammates, every single thing you can make work. If I had to think about it, I would say the one that people would have the most trouble with is probably the one with as little air as possible, because you're going to count on your teammates to take over the air. But at the same time, this might end up being one of my favorite decks. And that is right here. I literally was over it. That's right here. You get no helicopters. And you practically get no air. So, if you have at least one teammate that you can trust, fucking roll the ground. Roll it. You can take care of your own AA quite successfully. But, again, the U.S. has those stealth planes. Their strength is in the air with the bombs. JSOWs seem like they're more effective now. They're very good. Bombs are very good. Stealth can be right above you. They're going to get in. They're going to be able to bomb. Mavericks from A-10s. Mavericks from F-16s. Air is very... Not to mention, if they have those drones up, they can spot you, and then you'll get artilleried. And at the very least, you would lose your supplies. So I think that this is one that you would want to make sure that you have at least one teammate that you can count on to use, but in no way is it bad, and that you should stay away from it. Yeah, I don't think I can say that about Russia. I don't. There's some that if you play incorrectly, you can get into some trouble. You bring too much artillery, you bring too much air, you bring too little transport, you bring too little supply, but you can do that with anything, man. So, truthfully, no, I don't think so. If you're making me pick one, I would say the armored mech, because you don't get the helicopters. It's a little difficult to get eyes out, and you have to trust the teammate to cover you in the air. But that's it. But this is still a fucking... This is a brick house of a fucking... This is a stud of a deck right here. You got a lot of really good stuff in here. So, yeah. Alright, moving on to America. So, because we have SF, this is going to be spicy. Absolutely, you got to bring these. Bring Despace. And what do we got? ArmorSF. You'll be up in people's faces. I think it'd be pretty nice to have a flash. Very good anti-infantry. Expensive, but very good. That's not as expensive as I thought it was going to be. What the fuck? Oh, no, that's because I kept using it as this. Ah. Still very good. Obviously longer range. It's pretty expensive. This is also very good. This is fucking fantastic. And it's cheap. So, you do gotta get close, though. Potential problem there. You gotta get close. But because of the other stuff that you have available, it's probably gonna allow you to get close. So, I'll do that. And because these things seem to be able to take a punch, I will take these with me, and I'll put the chain gun on there, because those chain guns are pretty cool. And take 2 of those. Pararescue, I will use with the helicopters. We'll keep electronic ball on there. Or optic, whatever fuck. We'll put the Stinger J on there for these guys, and we jack those guys up. Sniper team. Let's keep them quiet. And we'll bring them with a dark. I keep wanting to call it Dark Hawk, Silent Hawk. RQ-70's up there. Map V. These things are kind of paper. But they got some javelins, so that's a thing. And they're fast. I don't know exactly how I feel about them yet. But they're okay fire support. This is armored, though. Oh, I completely forgot. I'm going to want some of those. And we'll bring some of those. I think we'll leave it at that for now. These are great. I think they get outshined by the other things that you can bring. These are great frontline recon. They're great. They are. Get them up into the thick of things. And if you're a little bit more worried about, like, if I wanted a better all-around infantry push into a urban area deck, I'd be getting rid of these, and I'd be taking these instead with this loadout. Because I've got enough close quarters. But, you know, this is also a fantastic close quarters thing, so up to you. Just in terms of, like, well-roundedness, probably would take these instead of these. That is a very good unit. These are very good. Great stingers, but also that's also really good for anti-infantry as well. Yeah, it's just all, there's a lot of there's different directions that you can go. It's very flexible, but that's what I'm going to choose for now. Same thing right here, dude. So I want the bunker busters with the Bradleys. So we're going to take 2 and 2. These are obviously great anti-infantry. I think what I would want is the stingers. We'll put Maz on these. A couple of GLs. And then we got a lot of stingers already, which is actually an issue. Hell, let's bring more. We'll bring a couple of these Bradleys too. And what I'm going to put on here are these Fletchers. So, okay range. Anti everything. I didn't notice a moment that I successfully use these, but I have a feeling that they'll be sneaky good. So I try to use them. I try to bring them around. Also, this is a fast transport. That can bring a lot. So use that. If I put too much into anti-infantry, I'm a little worried about the vehicles that are going to get in. But these are pretty damn good anti-infantry. So I think I am going to do that. And I'll put them on with grenade launchers. It's possible that I'm going to wish I had more Bradleys. It's possible. But maybe not because of what we can pull in this vehicle tab because we're tanks. Did you ever use the flash in game, as in will there be a video of you using them? I don't think I ever used the flash in game. I'm not going to lie. So, sorry. I don't think I ever used it. I'm not a big infantry guy, man. Anytime I used infantry, it was to hold the spot, to get recon out, to shoot ATGMs, shoot manpads, in order to support my vehicles. Like I'm just a vehicle guy, or airborne, like a plane specifically guy. If you have absolutely no air but a bunch of AA frontline and back with spotters, of course, would it still work? Still work against what? Sorry, I'm a bit late about that question there. Pato, if you have absolutely no air, but a bunch of AA, both frontline and back with spotters, of course. What's the spotters? The planes are the most efficient spotter, is my point. You should have, if you can get a plane up, if you're talking about spotting American stealth, they have a lot of it. Marines get it, SF gets it. It's going to be a lot, so you got to worry about it. So, there's 2 F-35s that, if they want to, they can just come in and bomb. If they put bombs on the Raptor, it can just come in and bomb. The Nighthawk can just come in and bomb. The B-2, if you let the B-2 come in and bomb you, you're going to lose. You can pray it's not a nuke. Honestly, there's other things that are worse than the nuke. It could do more of those JSOWs. It could do more of the JASSMs. It could do more of the guided bombs. B-2s got through regularly because people were not doing a good job looking for it. You can get complacent. You genuinely need to have somebody concentrating on looking out for American air because of the stealth. You do. One thing to easily negate that is if you get a strong recon unit all the way into their spawn and you have it just sitting underneath their air spawn, it'll spot it as it flies over. But you better have somebody that's watching that, 3-inch by 3-inch square on your screen off into the distance every single moment of the game, or maybe your, minimap. What's the minimap? I forget where the minimap is when you play. It's one of the corners. Be paying attention to your minimap to see if a red dot pops up. But I'm telling you the reason why I'm saying it is because it's for efficiency's sake. So the most efficient way is get a super cheap plane up there. Because while it's doing that, it's probably getting shot by AA, and then you can use that for targets for your artillery, too. So, it's got a bunch of different bonuses. I never got to play American Armored, and I'm sad. In the games that I played, I am fairly confident not a single one of them was an American Armored. So I don't think I really have a good understanding of American SEPs versus Russian ATGM infantry. But I have a feeling that I'm gonna want as much APS now as possible. The only reason I wasn't using APS before was because T-15s and they're less of a threat. They're still definitely a threat, but they're less of a threat. And because of the infantry, you have this HE round that you get with the SEP V3s. I never got to play American Armored. So with that being said, I think this is what I'll end up doing. I think I want to do that. No. Here's the thing. Armored SF is weird. You do not get a vehicle tab as SF. So you have to be careful. I've changed my mind, actually. So, because you have the stronger infantry, maybe what you might need to do is from a distance fire support. You've got the HE rounds. You've got the numbers. And also, I could see the enemy seeing SEP V3 and like focusing it. So you can also use this as bait when it's really not like the strength of your composition here. It's your infantry that are coming up. So they might see you moving around. They might see these guys moving around with one of these. But instead of being like, oh, that's a lot of infantry that's moving up on me, they'd see like, that's a V3. We got to kill it. You know what I mean? I could see more people doing that rather than focus on the infantry. But even if they do, it's good fire support. But even if they do focus on the infantry, it's good fire support. But if they don't, then the real thing that you wanted to happen will happen. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But you also get pack 2s. No support tab as SF. So you got to be careful. But you need this. Your team needs you to have this. So I'm going to take one. It's not a whole lot, but your team needs you to have it. What's the range on these again? 5? Okay. And you don't get any supplies really at all. I mean, that's actually solid, but whatever. Not too shabby. Fuck. That hurts. That really hurts. I don't suggest that you play this deck. Whoever asked to see this, I don't suggest that you play this. It's going to bank on... Well, if you play in a team stack, fine. Make sure one of your buddies brings some AA. Because what you're left with doing here is you either choose to bring essentially just AA or essentially just artillery when you're going to really want AA. Hell, you're going to want SHORADs, even though you don't get APS. But because you have armored, you're kind of hurting your team by not bringing at least one of the 270s to counter their hopefully their artillery, but mainly their AA. And the logistics is dog shit, correct? So, given the circumstances, I'd say no Iron Thunder, which is fine, because sort of what you would want to be doing with this, you can do with this anyway. At least for most cases, you can. Probably leave it like that. This might seem bad, but you've got a lot of these. Stinger J, Stinger J, Stinger F, which isn't too far behind it. Here's the thing with the Comanche. It doesn't get a lot of whatever you put on it. So my opinion on the Comanche is pick what you want it to do and then go full loadout on that thing. So like I said, you pick a full loadout of that thing. So either go full Hellfire, full Stinger, or full Dagger. Most of the time I went full Dagger because there might be some oh shit moments of some infantry in the open that they don't see that your Comanche is there. There's been a lot of times where I've put a Comanche up towards the front line. Oh, and definitely put the radar on it. There's been a lot of times when I've put the Comanche up near the front line and they don't see it. Unless they fly a plane over it, they're not going to see it. So there might be some oh shit moments where they think they're in the clear, literally, and they put some infantry in the open, and then you poof them with the dagger, which is also can be laser guided. So if you got some sneakier infantry, which you can get because you're SF, you laser guide stuff, and it's gone. And that makes it really expensive. But that's a lot of Stingers. With good stealth and ECM. No, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. 160 points. Good chance it doesn't get seen. Max view distance for helicopters. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I can get 12 Stingers. I haven't used that like that. I've used it as one of everything before, and I immediately thought, this is a mistake, because it only shoots like 2 of the things, and then you're done. So, I think that this is the way that I've had the most success with it, so I think I'm going to keep it like that. Now, what these are fantastic bait. 25 ECM. There's so many times... You throw away 90 points, but you literally... I have thrown these to their death to great success like 3 times. Like, great success. You take 2 of them, just chuck them over the front line, similar to what I did with Russian helicopters before. And then you have a Guardian fully stacked behind it and even a couple of killer eggs. Everything dies. There's some footage hovering around somewhere. You guys will see gameplay of that. I had a couple of Guardians, or I had like a Guardian. Actually, I think it was a couple of Guardians. It was like a couple of Guardians and some killer eggs, and then I just like took some swords and just threw it across the front line, and these cleaned up. So because you're armored, you don't have a helicopter tab, so you're running low on points already. so I might not do it in this case because I'm going to want supplies. Although that's another thing, it can bring supplies, so I'm bringing that anyway. And I'm bringing this as well. Even though this is much faster. No, I'm doing this instead. Gotta bring the Guardian, it's fucking filth. Absolute filth. So with that loadout. And killer eggs like to get bopped, but they also like to bop back, and I've been doing quad Hellfires. Yeah, yeah. And you can still do the thing. I've never really been a fan of stacking an attack helicopter like this with ATGMs, because if you get into a problem where like there was just maybe 1 or 2 man-pad teams you missed, I want some rockets to kill them. And you never want to get too complacent. You never want to get too cocky or overextend with ATGMs. Because chances are they spotted you when you were on approach anyway. So by the time you use up the ATGMs that you do have, they probably have some kind of solution to your... Most of the time, they'll probably have some kind of solution to you already on approach. So you probably want to go up, use the amount that you have, and then get out to be safe. That's usually what I do. Where are the S400? I don't know. It's a good question. Ask Slytherin or STB. In case you missed it, everything that we said about the AC-130 was right. If you're playing competent enemies, they're not going to let you use it. Even on top of that, we had it above enemy lines a couple of times, and it didn't really seem to do that much damage. So I don't know if it's doing what it's supposed to or what, but it's top attacking with a 30mm cannon and a 105, and it still doesn't seem to do a whole lot. So... don't suggest bringing, even though it's only 160 points, I don't suggest you bringing the Spooky. If you wanted to use it as some kind of a bait for your team stack, it's fan-fucking-tastic at that. They'll throw the fucking kitchen sink at it whenever they see it. So you'll spot all their AA because they'll be shooting at it, and they'll throw planes out too. So if you want to use it as some kind of bait, it's fucking fantastic as that, at that. But everything else, it's not. Is there 255 points I can get rid of? Yes. You know what? I'm going to bank on having enough sneaky recon infantry and stuff around to not need the B-fists. I think. We'll keep one. Wait, does that get 24 or 2? No, it's only 2. I'll keep one. This is pretty rare to have 24s. Although we have the Comanche too. No, we'll get rid of it. Oh, you know what I get to do now? I'll take these guys. I'll leave that. I think that's probably where I'll leave it. Nighthawk, very slow, can't hug the ground. Loves to eat shots because of its stealth in the ECM, but very slow and can't hug the ground. All things considered, pretty damn cheap. It's pretty cheap. So, it's up to you guys. But, personally, I don't really use it. These are going to get the job done. Most of the time. Pretty much every time. These are better for SAMs because it's faster. But they only get the 1000s as opposed to the JSOWs. And, I mean, you can't really go wrong with two 2,000 pounders. These kill pretty much anything in the game. As long as you direct hit it. And they're laser guided. So use that fancy infantry that you got and those recon that you got to laser guide stuff and boop, it's gone. So, pretty cool. SF is very cool. Armor is one of my favorite. I did not get to use this deck in the previous tests. So I don't really have opinions on the current state of American Armored versus the new stuff for the Russians. I don't, because I didn't get to use it. So, let's move on. Killer Egg is good, but it doesn't have any ECM. So it will get one shot because of the health pool too. Planes one shot it, like short range missiles one shot it. So careful. All right, that's what so and so wanted to see. So we'll start with this, and then we'll just skip that when we get to that. So MarineSF. Take a sippy sip. So I did do a little bit of a spiel about, if you're talking about the helicopters, that is solid. The 25% ECM, it makes a lot of stuff miss. So those SF helicopters are cool. Okay. Something to include with the SF conversation are these guys. They're not too shabby, especially the close range side of things. Given the circumstances, I don't think I would end up using them, but something I definitely want to use is the RQ-170, so we'll take that, and we'll take some scout snipers, because the stealthy boys. Something I didn't try is quad stacking those M107s in a town. That might not be too shabby. And you know what? I think that's what we're going to try to do. You know what? Yeah. I think we can go with something like this, and I just quad stack stuff like this in cities. All right, I think that's gonna be pretty fucking good, dude. So game plan with this one. This is another deck that I might have made, but I don't recall using. I came to the conclusion that Stryker was the play because of the, yeah, you'll see everything is Stryker. I really liked StrykerSF at the end. But really, like, pretty much this was the deck I made before. But yeah, everything that I had was Stryker. MarineSF is the one that I'm building right now. So, never mind. I was surprised that I saw that because it's the one that I just built. So, yeah. It was basically like Stryker combo everything. Because of the Patriots and the F-16s. And the Strykers themselves are very good. It's a nice middle ground armored vehicle. Infantry is going to be heavy. So, These things still love to be chewed up. I killed a lot of those. There were a couple of people that liked using these apparently. And I don't think they're going to be using them anymore because they're all wrecked. I just completely fucking wrecked them when I was playing Russia. So, Stingers as well again, these. Ooh. This is a nice little tag team here. I'd imagine that Delta Force is going to be better. And I would be correct. They get the flashbangs, they get the MGs, they get an extra grenade launcher. Unless the laws hit like a truck, which I know they're good. But unless they hit like an absolute fucking truck. That's a damn good tag team though. And these get no AT. I've made my decision. So these get no AT. Ooh, you know what? What if I do both? And these aren't even the guys that are rushing in. What if these are? Not like I'm going to be able to test this anytime in the next 2 months, but... These guys sit back. These are the ones that are going in. But it's not like they're going to necessarily, like, wreck what they find. Ooh, these guys will, though. They will. Yes, they will. And they got the tow, too, on there. Not tow 2. The bunker buster tow. And they got a GL on this. But so can these. Damn, I wish I had tried this before. I wish I had tried this. I saw Beagle murderize anything that got in a building with on stream. Yeah. This is pretty nasty. This is a pretty nasty city fighting setup right here. I wish I had something with APS on the ground to get him in there, but I don't. No, I'll keep these with the Moz too. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. So a lot of quiet there. There's a lot of urban maps. there's a lot of maybe not even like an urban map, but it's just there's a lot of urban build-up going on. A lot of infantry. Infantry play a much bigger role than they used to. Much. So it'll be handy to have if you're playing SF to like really do SF. And these things are gonna. This could be a pretty nice block-to-block setup, but you don't have much heavy armor to eat. But you can clear out the infantry, which should be pretty fucking effective. Oh, I forgot I did this too. Oh, that's gonna be dirty. All the 50 cals. No, these guys are going in too. Yeah, these guys are going into. We'll go close quarters. So close quarters, fire support, but still close quarters. Man pad, anti-tank, snipe, anti-infantry. Ooh. Ooh. And snipe with these two. Oh boy. Some vehicles come in. That could push some buttons the wrong way. It could. But this is where these come in. That's where that comes in. Instantly panic other infantry. That's what I heard. I haven't used them, but let's try that. See, the situation though is, do you get close enough to use them? That's the thing. That is the name of the game. Do you get close enough to use them? And I think with mainly these and these, it's possible that you do. So we'll go for it. Do it. No SAMs, which could be a problem. I don't want that. I don't know why I clicked that. These, pretty good. Take those. Nope. Actually, that's... And... that. And... I'll do that, and I'll use a helicopter. What am I doing? No, I got plenty of... Don't even know why I thought about that. That's all we need there. Actually... Boop. 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 Yeah, there we go. Cool. Same thing that I've been doing... Yep. These are still potentially my favorite helicopters because even when playing against playtesters and devs, they're like, oh, a piece of candy whenever they're air rushing at the beginning. And little do they know, these 4 Super Cobras they see are 135 points and packing 2 Sidewinders, and you kill most of the planes. I love doing that. Because I have yet to have people not fall for it. Really. Even devs and playtesters. They genuinely are like, ooh, a piece of candy to come kill and kill the... This guy's a fucking idiot. He's got Super Cobras going to the front. Nope, they're Sidewinder carriers. That's all they are. So whenever I get a chance to bring those, I'm bringing them. And I think because I have them, that's going to make my little SF heli thing more effective. So I'm going to do 1 SOAR, 1 Guardian, and I'm going to do what I said I usually don't do, which is I'm going to put full Jagums on it, because if there's an infantry thing that I miss, I will find it with one of these, because these are going to be close by. This will be close by, and this will be close by. So I'll just put these ahead of that. Where'd it go? That. And then this cleans up the vehicles. That's like my idea behind that shit. And we'll do Super Stallion. For back behind the line supply. Like super behind the line supply. I didn't even put my Guardian in, so there's that. I was wondering why I was so low on points. We'll do a couple of killer eggs, and we'll do a couple of venoms, because all those SF squads are going to be able to fit in venoms. So useful transport for them without having to be as expensive as a SOAR. Although, we've got 2 already. Maybe we just fucking leave it. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it. All right, killer eggs. Yo. Hunt AA, hunt Shorad. Soak Shorad. View distance, kill vehicles. But then if any Shorad's still left after these guys, that's an issue. This should do an okay job. That should do an okay job though at it. Perhaps. I'm gonna do that. There's some shenanigans that I can get into with that for sure. So Hellfires are anti-tank, well, anti-vehicle. But when you think about like what's the biggest threat, the Shorad that is the biggest threat to your vehicles, it can get stunned and a lot of the times killed by daggers. Even Hydras. Hydras can do an okay job sometimes too. But in reality, what I'm doing is I'm sweeping through, stunning, seeing, wasting ammo with that, killing. That's the thought process. So, waste and get eyes on. Maybe a little bit of stunnage. That's why I just moved them to those 50 cals. Stun, possibly kill. Mostly anti-helicopter threat, but a little bit of stun. Still spot, mostly spot, kill. These with Hellfires? You can get a lot of them. They're okay. What I tended to see was this right here is pretty filthy against other helicopters. The 2 chain guns and the Stingers and the ECM. But RNG can have its say and still make it get 2-shot because of the 10 armor and the 12 health. But if you get up and you get shots on, those things kind of rip helicopters apart. They do a pretty solid job of ripping up helicopters. Because it's 2 Apache guns. So yeah, I think I'll leave it like that. Now, what I do is, this is JSOW. JSOW. $2,000. 1,000. Yo, you can fill that whole fucking air tab with stealth. Jesus. Now, as the Marines, this is viable for spamming down their AA. It is. You'll only ever shoot 2 at a time, so if they have enough of it, it's not going to get through still. but it is pretty damn viable for spamming down the AA. What's also viable are these things. So yeah. In this case, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop these, and I'm going to turn these into JSON. And then do the bait thing that I mentioned earlier. Hopefully I remember to do this in 2 months, but I want to test that. I want to throw this out there as bait. 0 air AA? That's not 0. You get 2 AMRAMs and 2 Sidewinders as well as 2 AMRAMs. Also, it's not worth fighting Russia. They get too many R-37s. You're going to lose. Efficiency-wise, all you should care about in terms of killing Russian planes is keeping your stuff on the ground alive. Air-to-air, U.S. versus Russia, you're going to lose. Russia's got too much. They've got too many things that are carrying R-37s and just more mid-level stuff. Your stealth is not good enough to stop that. It's just not. Case after case after case. I am confident that it's air to air Russia every day of the week. Period. You're probably thinking, but what about cheap F-15s? What about this? What about that? There's too many situations in games where there's other things you would rather spend those points on. And Russia's always got those S-300s in the back. So the cheaper your plane, the less ECM that it has, the less survivable it has, so the less likely, sure, you might, or the more likely that, sure, you can kill those Su-35s or whatever it is you're trying to kill. But those S-300s are going to clean you up because they're always there too. So when you're playing the U.S., the most efficient thing, in my opinion, and I'd be glad to be proven wrong, like, generally speaking, put bombs on stealth planes and then kill what you want, because they're gonna get to the target. They might not make it out, but they're going to get to the target. They're going to get to the thing that they want to bomb, unless it's like a Charge of Asgiliath situation, where there's just a wall of S-300s and Su-35s, in which case, no, you are most certainly you're farmier in that point. You know, have Pippin bite on the tomato there, on that one for you there, Chief. But, generally speaking, was it Mary or Pippin that bit into the tomato? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Hopefully you guys do. You're watching a fucking Broken Arrow deck creation stream. I would assume that you're Lord of the Rings fans as well. Alright, that was MarineSF. The Prowler does help a lot, but you got to think about, like, your effectiveness, because do I want to take 2 Prowlers or another F-35? That could end up being better. Or you know what I'll do is I'll take 1 less Raptor. That could end up being fine. These shoot their harm missiles at things with radar on. But what you guys need to do next time that you play, if you've played Wargame before, remember the Wargame days where we always would hotkey our radar AA to something so that we would be able to quickly turn the radar off. As long as you set up a proper AA net with like something like PIVADs and stuff in front in the previous Broken Arrow tests, you could just leave your AA on. It's not the case anymore. There's so many things with Seed now that you're going to want to micro your AA. Keep your AA off. Micro it on when you want. Watch out for Seed attacks. So once people get the hang of that, I think the Prowler's going to be less effective because they're going to have... Because since you're playing the U.S., they're going to If they're playing correctly, you're going to do a good job of keeping eyes out for stealth. If they have eyes out for stealth, whatever it is they have is definitely going to spot your slow-ass prowler, and it's going to get shot. That's my 2 cents on it. But it still shoots those missiles at stuff. It's probably going to die doing it, because even the F-16s will die doing it, even though they're faster. But it'll still shoot the missiles. It'll still do the thing. But I tell you what, I'm going to send 2 Prowlers out and 1 F-35. Guess which one gets more kills? We'll answer on next week's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Or 2 months from now, episode of Dragon Ball Z. All right. We did Armored SF. We know Marine Armored, right? Do we need to go back and do Marine Armored? Fuck it, I'll do it. Fuck it. This one I'll kind of do a little bit of a lightning round here. Well, actually, no, this. I should have brought these. I should have brought these teams with my SF deck. I like these. You get TOW2s, Mark 19s, and M2s in the same squad. That was a misplay. I should have put those in my other squad. I like these a lot. Okay. Why FEP over SEP2? Because HE round. These don't get those. With the infantry fighting the way it is. Although, you got a fuck ton of points in the vehicle tab, so perhaps. Ooh, you know what, though? I want to test that. I'd want to test that with the ECM. ECM seems to be... It seems like you can get away with more with ECM this test. Or seemed like it. And we'll bring some assault breachers. This is going to underperform against the infantry that we have now. Marines would help. But they don't have an MG. Oh, I guess all of these are MGs. Like, I think that's the strategy they're doing nowadays. But like, there's not like a 308 or heavier thing. I don't know. Like I said, lightning round. It's not like we can test this for another 2 months. But that's how I would build it for now. If you have access to the M270s, you should, for your team, do that. We have more space now in the vehicle tab, so I will also bring Earn Thunders. And, oh yeah, Pack 2s, because we're armored. Can I shave 15 points somewhere? Yeah, fuck it. Wait. Boom. Yep. $40 over. Ah, fuck. Good to go. No thanks. I'm not gonna lie. This actually, with the way the infantry works now, there needs to be more going on here. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, I gotta get rid of 5 points somewhere. Infantry's pretty damn strong now. Well, actually, what I could have done with the previous deck is like fight on the edge of a town, fight like around a town, because it's not like I would want to go in there with my tanks anyway. So that's actually what I yeah, that'll be fine. But what I could do is that. Yeah, that'll be fine. The APS didn't go. There's no APS on these. There is on the Stryker shred, but there isn't on the Bradley shred. So obviously my Marine Armored deck has gone through a lot of iterations. That's the oldest spec that we've had for the US in Broken Arrow. But given the state of the previous test, what I would do is I would hunt Russian AA and artillery with these, and I would fight on the edge of a town while also trying to use my Super Cobras to shoot down Russian helicopters and my infantry in the town and tanks as fire support. Das the dick. Okay. MarineAirborn. Another bit of a throwback. These. And what I would do is similar to what I did with the ASVKs, even though they're not as good. Anti-infantry in the town with these. Global Hawk, because of the range. And we're done. Infantry. The new Airborne, boys. With the Moz. Very good. Very good. Use them. I think I'm going to put 6. Very good infantry there. These will help out. Actually, since you have these with their Moz, I think I'm going to use these as door kickers. So we'll do that. Pretty good, too. But these... actually, no, what am I thinking of? These... and these. Not too shabby. All things considered. And APS. We'll see what points we got left. I'm probably not going to use that. But you can, if I can put one more of these if I need to, but I'm probably not. Let's see what else we got. Okay. Solid. And where are you? These. Probably cluster for supplies. Wait, but then I can't. Wait, you can't smoke anyway. That sucks. Okay, no, we'll keep that. Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, fuck it, we'll keep it cluster. Wait, did they make it so that anything can shoot smoke anyway? Is that a thing? No, they didn't, did they? God, that's annoying. Fuck it. I didn't realize they're the same thing. Essentially. This. Well, more like I forgot. They were the same thing. Cheap. Rockets. Helicopters. Reckon. Supply. And let's see what we're working with for air. These with that. And probably these. And then this. Like that. 6. Send one of these. It might get through. It had some pretty good luck getting through. Send one of these. It definitely will get through. Use these to seed. I really need something dead. That's the explanation there on those. Oh, I didn't do the armor package. Is that what you're saying on this? Wait, on the old deck? It must have been the old deck. Good catch. I'm not going to be using these decks. I'm going to remake them when the next game comes out anyway. or when the next, next playable game. But the whole point of this is so that, people get a general guidance. Like, I had a bunch of people saying, like, oh, they didn't build this deck, they didn't build this deck, or he didn't build this deck, they didn't build it, whatever. So now you're not going to have an excuse. I've built every single deck, and I've gone through explanations. So whatever the points end up being on that previous deck, if I did miss it, whenever I build a Bradley, it's maxed out. Every time I use a Bradley, I intend to have it completely maxed out. APS, armor, all that. All the goodness. Gotcha. Yeah. So whatever points it comes out to, I think I only had 2 of those on that deck. Actually, I might have had 4, but whatever it ends up being. No, there's no reason to get rid of 2. I can do that, and I do that. I can bring another one of those. No, I can't, because math. I'll bring 3 of these instead. Close enough. Right. Mostly urban anti-infantry, urban anti-infantry, eyes, badass infantry, badass close quarters infantry, anti-tank and also fire support, man pads, anti-vehicle, anti-tank, because it's 120 on those if anybody forgot, and it's got APS. The FEPs, Lord FEP, Slam Ram, with Sidewinders in case a helicopter gets cheeky and just pray that it kills it. Lavad, pretty nice pretty nice shore ad. Brutus with cluster rounds, not the best range in terms of artillery in the game, but goodbye your supplies and anything lighter that I can get those on target for. Smoke, because I'm using it now. Supply, anti-helicopter and anti-plane, anti-everything. Cheap anti-light skinned vehicles and infantry. Eyes, transpo and logistics, stealth bomb, seed, carpet bomb. I need something dead. It doesn't matter what it is. MarineAirborn, everybody. All right. MarineStryker, very solid deck. In fact, I think I have one of these that I used. Yep. And I thought it was the best bet. I don't think it's the best, but at some point I thought it was, just not completely certain, hence the maybe. Which, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just talk about that one. I think there was another one that I liked more, though. Is it around? It's not. Since this is the one I made and I thought it was the best at some point, we'll talk about it. We'll go through it. Recon. Given the way the game played out, I'd probably make these 50 cals. This isn't going to survive, so I'm going to get rid of it. This is my favorite striker. I think this is the best striker. So this is the 30mm Bushmaster 2 that you get with the Dragoon, but you get a Javelin on it. And you've got 2,400 meter range view, optics, and you can laze stuff. This is money. Once I like really realized it, there was several games that I played, not several, there was a couple of games that I played as Striker where I knew that this existed, but I kind of barely used it. And then after that point, I would quad stack these things, and they're fucking great. They're not anti-tank. They're, what would you call it? They're annoying tank. They're definitely not anti-tank. They annoy tanks because of their javelins. They're pretty survivable. And they can lay stuff for whatever's behind the line or whatever you've got coming up. So don't throw them at tanks. Don't throw any of your strikers at tanks. Harass those tanks. Harass is a better word than annoy. They harass heavy vehicles, and they can kill them. And any infantry that decides to poke their head out can go bye-bye. because the other strikers that I have the Mark 19s, which you'll see, but also this cannon can reach them, can reach out and touch them for sure. That's all she wrote. There's drones, but guess what? You're playing Russia. They're gonna get shot down. Here's the other setup. This can be done many ways. This is not what I would consider a urban deck. This is not what I would consider an infantry deck. I no longer think that this is the best deck, just to make that part clear. These are okay. They get javelins, but they're very bog standard infantry, all things considered. It's really just to get something to shoot at you so these things can kill it. And that thing. That's really all that these are. These are man pads. That's it. If you wanted to get into a town, you'd have to bring less strikers, and you'd bring Marines, you'd bring Marine Raiders, you'd bring these guys, which unfortunately, it does not mimic the Bradleys. So this is your bog standard striker, like you get anywhere else. It's just got a plow on it for some reason, but the plow does nothing. That's it. Yeah, plow does nothing. Unless there's one of those secret things that the devs don't tell us about. So, unless you're going into cities, I don't even bring these. It is a very heavy squad. This will do very well against other infantry, but it's not the best anti-infantry, and you don't get anything different with the striker. So, I just chose to avoid them, and I did this. Oh, Feps, because Fep, Lord Fep. 50 mil bookers. 50 mil bookers are great. These are very good. They're not T-15s, and they are not Abrams. They are bookers. They are their own thing. They have a 50 millimeter cannon. They can take some damage because of the APS. There's only 2 shots, and they get 2 smoke. They're heavily enough armored, especially frontally, to not take damage from other cannons. And, like, HE rockets from, like, helicopters and stuff. They're pretty survivable. But they're still 200 points. So, you need to keep in mind what they also aren't are Abrams. So, pay attention to that. And once you get a chance to play with them, you'll see what I'm talking about. But they're... When you get to, you know, you put 1 Abrams out there and you put a couple bookers by their side, you fuck shit up. It's really cool. It's really good. Solid. So, 2 Feps maxed, 2 bookers, 50 mil maxed. The best SHORAD for the United States right here. You get the Hellfires to snipe out when you have your radar on. They get a little too close. The stingers start to open up. Cannon starts to open up. It intercepts seed, and it intercepts cruise missiles. And you have APS for those ATGMs. They get a little bit too close. And it can take some hits. It's not going to take as many hits as the SHORAD Bradley. Potentially, technically, it could, because the APS will soak it. But actual hitting the hull of the vehicle, it's not going to take as many hits as a Bradley. But it's damn good. Very damn good. HIMARS, you need to do it for your team so that you can snipe out with the 6,000 meter range in the cluster. You need to do it for your team so that you hunt the Russian AA missiles, the Russian SAMs, and potentially if they're not moving their artillery. Supply, Lavad, great SHORAD, not as good as the Stryker, but still great. Also amphibious, Stryker, not amphibious. Pack 3 MSC, the better of the 2 packs that you get as the Stryker Brigade. If you do not bring the 12 missiles, it will not shoot 2... Or, sorry, correction. It will not... Yeah, actually, no, that was it. It will not shoot 2 missiles per target for some reason. It will still multi-target up to 3 things, but it will not shoot 2 at that thing. So in order to get the most effectiveness out of your Patriot Pack 3 MSC, you need to max it out. Preferably because, you know, seed and artillery, bring the B kit. If you have a Smirch shooting at you, not going to help anyway, but still, do it. Stryker self-propelled howitzers. You can put the APS on if you want it, but it's got good enough range. You don't really need to worry about that. It's 4K, and it hits pretty good, so it's good. CRAM. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this thing. I am surprised it's still in this deck. I forgot that it was here, honestly. It doesn't seem to want to do its job ever. Maybe I got unlucky. You'll see it in the gameplay. I stopped using this thing pretty quick. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it, but it doesn't shoot stuff. I don't know what's going on with it. Maybe I got unlucky. Maybe it was desync or something, but I got rid of this thing. So you know what? Boop. There, we'll do that. I'll test it again on release, but that thing failed me so many times, and it was very annoying, especially with the cost of those Patriots. Super Cobra, as I've always done with those Marine decks, you guys have seen it a couple times. Sidewinders on the side, Osprey, Supply, and Transpo. Venom, Supply, and Transpo. F-35B with the booms. So they got the J-Sows because these guys got the bombs. The 2,000 pounders hit like a fucking truck. If you need something dead, that's going to do it, just like the F-15EX, except it doesn't have the ECM and it doesn't have the speed, so be careful with it. Make sure you send some seed with it, of which, because you are a Stryker, you get now, and you get 4 of these. These things can wreck house. They genuinely can. If the Russians do a good job of putting AA up, then they're probably going to die. But sometimes they don't, so have fun with that. I hope you complain about it then, because the CRAM looks... I don't think I complained about it. I think the only thing I complained about was the general status of, like, Russia versus U.S. Every single thing that... Not only I, but anybody else in the test, actually. Anytime that we complain about something, the devs would immediately have a counter of, like, well, you see, the other side has this, or you see, this has that. So, it's not like there isn't balance in the game. It's just that there's so many fucking units. You're not always going to have somebody on your team that's doing that or that knows to do that thing that you are using as an example for balance. So if the thing you are citing as balance doesn't happen a majority of the time, then is it actually balanced? I would tend to say, no, it's not, is it? So if every fucking game, a lot of people that are playing Russia use the Russian air, which is very, very powerful, then the things that counter that for the US need to ideally be played at the same amount, or else it doesn't balance it because you don't have it. Hopefully I'm making some sense there. If you don't have it, then it's not balanced because it doesn't exist. You don't have access to it. Anyway. We talked a lot about that kind of thing in the debrief episode, so check that out if you guys haven't seen it yet. Debrief podcast, me and Bolt went over our overall thoughts on the test and stuff like that. I played like 30 games. It was somewhere like 28 to 31, something like that. I based it off the amount of recordings I have, but I forgot there were some games where people crashed or there were bugs and we restarted, so something like that. But between the single player and the amount of time we spent building decks and stuff like that, it's well over 30. In fact, if you include today, I'm coming up on 40 probably myself. All right, that was what at some point during the test I thought was the best US deck, but I no longer think that. MarineSF. Did we do that? We did do that, so we're good. That's everything. Wait, did I talk through this? I talked through this, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I did that. Okay, so we did MarineSF. We did Armored SF. That was the first one we did. Armored Cavalry. This might be eventually my favorite deck. I didn't get to use it, but this might be my favorite deck. You're in a hell of a lot of trouble if you have teammates that don't focus like air. If you use this deck, which is why I never ended up using it, because I didn't trust any of the fucking people I was playing with during the test. But when it goes public, I'll just say fuck it and I'll use it anyway. Because the problem is you're just hoping you don't get air spammed as Russia when it comes to like seed and bombs, but you're going to. Yes, you will. This is really fucking good. Strykers are really good, and it's your recon infantry vehicle tab. Armored is really good armored, and it's your recon infantry and vehicle tab, and your support. So is Stryker, because you have the Patriots. So you get all of your Patriots in this deck. You get all your heaviest support in this deck. You get all your heaviest armor in this deck. It hits like a fucking truck. It is good. But that being said, I never got to fucking play it. I never got to use it, so. Anyway, I already mentioned the Stryker RV. This is the best Stryker in my opinion. You got the Bushmaster, you got the Javelins, so I stack those. However, these Bradleys do take a little bit of a better hit, so these can see further than these. These go up to 2400, but these can take a little bit of a better hit most of the time. So if you put these in front of these, you can still move pretty fast. You just gotta be careful because this moves faster than that. And you're gonna start bop, 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 bop. Both of these are gonna go off. Both of the Bushmasters, both the 1 and 2, are bop, 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 bop. Tow missiles going off, javelins going off. It's gonna be fucking cool. Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't use this deck, but I used both of these units, so I know what they sound like. And I know it's really fucking cool. So them going together, it's probably gonna be really fucking cool. Drop off some Cav Scouts with their javelins. That'll be cool. Predators. Probably not, but it's not like I really want to use anything else in this deck, all things considered. So fuck it. If there's a chance for me to put some Predators up there, I will. And this thing, it's probably because I had points left, and it's a 10 out of 10 for the amount. So I said, fuck it. I'll put something with some GL out there. Man pads, Russian helicopters are going to be coming after you. That is your counter with a deck like this. Your counter is Russian helicopters and air. You are armored. You are rock. Russian air is paper. You need to watch out for that. So bring man pads. You'll see the shore ad down here too. That should get the job done. Now that I'm looking at this, probably that. Although, I see what I'm doing now. I couldn't get a fourth Stryker shore ad, which is better. I don't need this. I don't need, what the amount that you get, that's cluster, right? Yeah. I don't think you need that. Supply. Oh, you know what? That's great. That's really good. Piv ads in front of these boys. You got artillery. You got your shore ad. That's dope. You got your supply. Yeah, that's the move. Keeping it like that. I skipped around a little bit. So shore ad. Dragoon, I'll keep the Dragoons light because you don't get a Javelin. But there's lots of other things with Javelins around, like these. The GLs are pretty good anti-infantry. These will help with their cannons and their bunker buster. This will help with their cannons and a little bit of anti-tank with the tows. It's a pretty diverse, kind of cool setup deck. Your infantry aren't going to be winning too many fights. Your vehicles will be winning the fights, and then your infantry can hold a space. But that's about it. So count on your vehicles to be doing their job. Like I said before, Bookers are fucking cool. These 50mm are cool. All things considered, I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get rid of these V2s, and I'm going to go to the V3. And then I think I'm going to do that. And the reason for that is potential bait. Once they see the V3, they'll come after it. The HE round. And general effectiveness wise, I think you still get what you need out of these. And they also soak up a lot of points where your real strength for your team is this. Counter and this. Counter their AA. Counter their SAMs with this, which is expensive on its own. You need to keep it supplied. And you need to be paying attention to it. If you're looking in your backline, if you're looking in your backline at your artillery and their backline for where their SAMs are, you're not paying attention to your 400 fucking point tank on the front. So, just look out for it. You don't want too much going on, and there's already going to be a lot going on between the Bradleys and the Strykers anyway. So, have your heavy armor hit heavy, and then have your other stuff be mobile, and yet deadly because they have the javelins and ATGMs. So, yeah, leave it like that. With the truck that has like 16 Hellfires, what are we talking about, Garrett? What are we talking about? What truck? There's truck with tow missiles. This? The battleship? Doesn't have Hellfires, it's got tow missiles. They're tow 2A. Oh, MML. I never used it. These are the, I don't know if they're Fire and Forget. I don't think they are. No, because it would have said F and F there. You turn the radar on and it'll shoot out at helicopters out to, 3,600. What I use this for is the Sidewinders. Myself. And I don't think it really did too much. There's going to be room for this to do well. But where it does well, I'd rather have a Shroud because it's more mobile. A bit more survivable. Personally. I'm starting to lose my voice. I can feel it. There's room to make this work. But these Hellfires work the same way that these Hellfires work. They're Hellfires. They absolutely can kill vehicles. They're still top attack. So this can counter, but it's 1800. It's going to get seen. And it's a truck with 15 armor. I don't see it countering rushes very well, other than maybe helicopters if it's behind the stuff that the helicopter wants to shoot. It's paper. I think that what it is it's very effective anti incoming missile for the price. I think. Because it can only multi-target 2. But just like we see with Slam Ram, which isn't in this deck, it's pretty good with those things. So with the radar on, it can go up to 4,200 as well. So it's good. I just don't use it. I'm curious if that Stinger with the radar on, does that Stinger go up to 4,000? I never tested that. That might be pretty gnar if it does. Oh, I forgot you can't up armor it, so it can take a little bit of a hit. I tested this a couple times. It didn't seem to perform that great, but I might have been drowning in defeat because of the CRAM disappointing me as much as it did, though. I'm not going to lie. This thing really didn't want to do its job. But the Pivad will, so we'll leave it. I think I already talked to this, so this is very important to your team. These are great as well. Anti-air. Best anti-air for US. supply. Best shore ad for US. Protect these things. There's your setup. Oh, these are only 500s. I'm gonna turn those into 2000s. 2000s are pretty fucking dope. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it as is. Yep, never got to use it, but I could see myself really liking this deck. I just really hope that I'm gonna, whenever I play a game with Bolt and Bolt feels like playing US Airborne in some capacity, I'll pull this out. Or if anybody else I'm playing with in a Discord call wants to do Airborne at some capacity. Because otherwise, I'm willing to bet that that game goes to shit really quick. I don't need that many Dragoons. I'll take one more of these, which I can't get, so that's why. Okay, never mind. Alright, yeah. Keep it like that. Alright, we did Armored SF. We did ArmorMarine. Did we do Armored Airborne? We saw it last time. We know what that is. But fuck it. You know, since I'm here, I'm doing it. Wait, did I do it? Or am I thinking of Russia? I'm thinking of Russia. Yeah, I did it. This is a weird deck though. It's yeah, it's just weird. Anyway, where am I going? Armor. So yep. 50s. You. Just less. Bobblehawk. And I think or does this go to 3? Did it go all the way? It did go all the way. Okay. These are great, so yep. Weapon squads are cool. You with your Bradley. Wow, that ran out quick. Although it's not like we need a whole lot more. We'll do that. Sheesh, dude, the vehicle tab. Yeah, American Armored Airborne lets you take almost all the fucking tanks. Damn, dude, I didn't see that. That changed since the last test? The fuck? Um, and then oh, that's right, because Armor doesn't actually get any super heavy trucks. Okay, so yeah. Ooh, actually. If there was something else I could put 50 points on, I would, but fuck it. I don't know if I need 3, but fuck it, I'll take 3. Helicopter. Eyes out. Kill stuff, but PKWS. And a bit of transpo, maybe. Maybe that, and then that. Do another one of these. Alright, so thought process here. I still will do the air tab, but I'll talk through it when I get there because I'm probably going to have some decisions to make here. If I had to go through with this, I'd probably say this, again, is not a town fighter. I can go a little bit deeper into town if I needed to because these airborne are very strong, and I got a bunch of them. But this would be the edge of a town, realistically, or a light, kind of smaller town, urban setup. Make use of my tanks. Hold what you got with the infantry. You got eyes up with the Global Hawk. Pretty solid snipers, but you only get 4 of them. Cav scouts with the javelins are going to help out. These weapon squads with the javelins are going to help out for holding that position against armor. Eyes out on the ground with the Cav scouts. Bradleys. Shorad sucks. We're dropping these. Russian, helicopter rushes are a thing that you will need to watch out for. We'll do that. In the current state, in my opinion, I'd rather have a bit of extra Sharad to protect myself and the ability to take stuff out with the Iron Thunder and definitely at least the GMLRS cluster instead of the 2 Slam Rams for 190. Yeah, we'll go that way. Cheap APKWS thrower. Eyes out with the Kiowa. ATGMs that can protect itself a little bit from something if it missed like a little man-pad infantry squad or something with the APKWS. Transport and logistics heavy. Transport and logistics light. And that's the name of the game. So don't go inner city with this. Go the edge of a city or somewhere more open. And you'll be pretty solid. You get the A10 now in Airborne. Absolutely put the designator on it. Make sure you have ECM pods on it as well. Bring those Mavericks and bring what else, well, really whatever else you feel like bringing. Personally, I think the move here is that alone. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. And then I think I'm going to do that. Too much. It's got armor, it's got ECM, but guess what? It still dies. It still loves to die. Any like DCS fanboys in here, or definitely War Thunder, you know the you know the story with the A10. Peer-to-peer, A10 is not built for peer-to-peer. The 4 2000s here are a bit of a fuck you for sure, so we'll hold on to that one. I think we'll keep it like that. See, that's the problem, though, with these armored airborne decks, whether you're Russian or American, is you have the most expensive heavy hitters of each nation in the same deck. So you can do pretty much anything. It's just going to be very little. Or you can do pretty much everything a little bit, or you can do a ton of really something specific and not so much of the other thing. So in this case, it's going to be armor on the ground. Here's the thing, though. I don't think I need all 4 M8s if I have. So I'm going to actually get rid of 2 of these, and I'm going to get 1 of these in order to bring more air. And that's going to look like... that. I think J-Sows are pretty damn good. So I wanted some, and I'll try and make the A10 work with this deck, although I don't think it is going to work. We gotta get rid of a little something. Get a little something gone. We don't need that many. We'll get rid of 2. Because we've got these, and hell, even this. No. We'll put it like that. So, fight on the ground. Focus on pushing. Focus on keeping them busy. Protect the things that you're pushing with. Because you're armored, use the GMLRS to take out SAMs that you can reach. Take out, well, smoke your own stuff and take out, wait, can you not smoke with... Fuck, can you not smoke with that? Alright, take out supply depots with this, and immobile artillery and AA. So just behind the line stuff with both of these. Fuck it, you got enough smoke anyway. These are fucking Abrams. They can take the hit. Bradley's can take the hit too. Fuck it, cause send it. But you shouldn't be doing too much in-town stuff anyway. You should do outer town or tree line stuff anyway, or like field stuff anyway. Protect your SAMs. Supply, SHORAD. Oh shit, rockets for infantry and light vehicles. Eyes. Anti-ATGMs that can protect itself. Support, or supply and transport. Supply and transport light. A10, Burt. Fuck you bombs. Fuck you sprinkle bombs. Fuck you glidey sprinkle bombs. And you got drones. And you got snipers. And you got really good infantry with ATGMs. and man pads. And Bradley's. Bradley's go with the boom box over there, too. All right. The Bradley Shoride does not. Bradley Shoride does not get APS. Only the Stryker Shoride does. Okay. And we did Armored Stryker. We just did that. Airborne Stryker? Ooh, this is my Booker. Okay. So this is a deck that I used. I did not do very well with it. Because it is not anti-tank. I did not do a good job in paying attention to who I was fighting. I was fighting a Russian armored mechanized. This is not good at stopping that. I think you'll see that game. Guys, I'm going to get to everything. I'll get to everything. Don't worry. This is not an anti-armored deck. This is you can bend, don't break for sure. But unless you do a very good job at actually full killing their heavy armor to make them not want to push forward, it's a bit of a problem. However, this is still a fantastic deck. These Bookers with the 50 mils are great. These M8s have 120 millimeters. They're both light and have APS and 2 smoke. They're not going to eat a bunch of shots from tanks. They are light tanks, but they can really fucking put the hurt out pretty quick. So, they're cute. They're cute and they can put the hurt out. This is... Okay, I see what I was doing here, though. I probably put the hurt on them in terms of their backline stuff when it comes to, like, their AA, because I had 3 of these self-propelled and 2 of the Strykers. Or 2 of the HIMARS for the 6,000 clusters. The 6,000 meter clusters. The 2 pack 3s. If I wanted to mess with this right now, I could probably see me getting rid of one of the packs and one of the self-propelled for maybe... Well, let's see. No, that's why I couldn't. It's a little rough. This is a very effective toothy support deck. So this is a very effective support deck with some teeth. In reality. That can help in an urban setting somewhat okay. Because these will be able to hide. Russian ATGM planes or helicopters with these, well, not with because that would mean miss, but you know what I mean. If they take a good hard look at these, they're gone. They're evaporated. As long as the APS doesn't eat whatever it's shooting at it. This will do okay. That's good bait. This will get shot down in this case. Given the situation, I would probably take these out and replace with these. Now what this is, you get your, I mean, that's thousands of points, but this will clear an entire team's SAM net in one go with this amount of firepower. Now it sure as shit will. Except I think the whole point was keeping these cheap. That was the point. $240 points. Put a couple seaplanes behind it. Yeah. Yeah, that was the point of it. 45 points need to go. Huh. $40 points is like a weird amount to leave hanging. It's because it's so close to so many things. Oh, see? There we go. Boop. That's enough to put on some, that's enough to get up to some infantry or something. That'll be fine. Yeah. All right. Cool. Exactly. That's the whole point. Keeping the planes cheap. I mentioned it in today's debrief. Oops. What was that? Airborne Striker? Shoot. Yeah, that was it. That was M8 Booker. So this will get info, and it'll also be bait. In this case, it's got seed behind it. But these things, 120 for fuel is fucking nothing, guys. You'll see it pretty damn quick. They did the F-16 seed fucking filthy. You put the afterburners on it, by the time it's at the front line, the fuel's gone. I'm not kidding. It's worse than the MiG-29. If you put the afterburner on it, in most maps, it will be, the red fuel thing will be on it by the time it hits the front line. Not kidding. Super bad. So you get one chance to run it out there. Meanwhile, the MiG-35 and shit can just hover for days. Anyway, righto. So cheapo, JSOW with seed. So like, send this out, bop, 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 bop. Send these out with it. And then if I'm completely fucking insane with the amount of points I'm floating, send this behind it. This will, on top of throwing some harms out, this will drop a JSOW on 3 separate AA nets, which would take out at least 1 player, if not 2, worth of AA. That would be pretty dirty. But it needs to get through. And that's 1,000 points plus. That's 1,200 points, maybe. But, meanwhile, you got Strykers, you got Bookers, you got M8s, you got Patriot, PAC-3, MSEs, you got HIMARS, you got self-propelled howitzer, Strykers, you got Stryker SHORADs, which are great. You've got Apaches, okay, infantry. It's a pretty cool deck. It's pretty cool. And that was Airborne Striker. All we have left is Stryker Special Forces, of which I have multiple decks made, as you can see. I think there's one more floating around, but I don't know why it wouldn't be down here. Oh, that's because I named it differently. Duh. I might have another one floating around somewhere. As you can see here, I have 2 here. I want to say it's this one right here that was my favorite, and potentially the most effective deck I had of the deck of the test. You do not have heavy armor. That's always a problem with the US. You need that heavy armor to break through Russians' armor. Those Abrams are something that you miss for sure from time to time. But the Strykers and the Bookers do a damn good job of like scratching the itch. They really do because of the javelins. So make sure you bring the javelins. Don't go too Dragoon heavy. Even though you don't get a cannon, you get the javelins and you get APS to eat shots. So if you're coming up against infantry, you focus these, which has the cannon and the javelins and the APS and is quick. Bring up the Bookers. The 50 mil will do a good enough job at like stunning and stuff. The only thing that you have to fight heavy armor is the javelins, so you need to allow the javelins to do their work. So you move around, you get behind buildings, you smoke, stuff like that. Do your thing. You got killer eggs and you got guardians. So while you're doing your thing over here, you focus their AA, you find it, especially the SAMs, because you've got HIMARS back here. Find it, hit it with the self-propelled guns, get them to move around, get them freaking out, try and bring in some air, kill them with the MSEs. Hopefully. Probably not, but hopefully. And you're going to be able to take ground. There was multiple games, I want to say maybe 4, that were extremely successful with this setup. It could have been this deck as well, though. I did have some successful games with this as well. And I'll talk about this one separately. Because these were my 2 most successful US decks. For sure. Of the test. While we're on the subject, I think I said it earlier as well, though. This was my most successful Russian deck. Or that was one of them. And this was the other. So this one, so I know I said earlier, this says maybe, US maybe. I don't think this is the best. I think this is the best. I think this is the best Russian deck. Because you just get so much. And mainly you do get the most powerful thing with Russia, which is the really good air. You don't get the SAMs, but you do get the Pantsir. You get something close to it with the Buck. You get a bunch of crazy infantry. You get really good IFVs. Okay tank. Good recon. You get the best drone. For what the really drone for Russia. And you get some good choppers. And you get the Tulpan. So, already talked about that. Anyway, back to the US. With this, where it says Striker push, just try to keep this up, put these down, try and spot what you can. You're going to want to eliminate the tanks. In fact, you're actually, you know what? You're going to want to avoid the tanks. If it's an armored player, try and avoid them. Try and go somewhere else, go around it or something. If you can't, then get the javelins on them. Get your infantry up into those buildings. Support with Strykers, support with Bookers. Find the things that they're shooting at your teammates with, whether it be SAMs or artillery. Kill them with the HIMARS, kill them with the self-propelled howitzers. Do your thing with the Guardian, do your thing with the killer eggs. And do your thing with the jets. So these stealths are going to get in. They're going to. So find something that's immobile. Go at it. Bomb it. I don't think I want these in my deck anymore because they die. Always. They just always die. Always, 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 always. I'm going to turn it to a JSOW carrier. With fuel, because their fuel sucks. Yo, I'll turn into both. No, I won't. I'll do that instead. These are ridiculously effective at doing that thing. I'll make these JSOWs. Although the thing with the Raptor is it's a bit faster than the F-35, so if you really need to reach into the back line, the Russian back line, and hit those S-300s in the back, it can do it better because it's faster. Yeah, we'll do J's house. We'll do J. It's got a wide surface area for its explosives. 90 points. So no. No. I'll go double jag them, and I'm gonna go dagger on these. And double up on the soar, like I was talking about on that other deck earlier. And I should be able to do this, right? No, fuck. No, can't do it. That. And ah, fuck, can't do that. See, what hurts SF is you don't have a supply. I tell you what, if you find 2 buddies to play this game with, one of you go Armored Stryker, one of you go SF Airborne, and one of you go, like, I don't know. Maybe 2 Airborne Stryker, 1 SF Stryker. That is fucking roll territory right there. And then pray to God that the other 2 people have some kind of airborne capabilities. But you should be able to do it with... Like, the big problem with Armored Stryker is you just don't know what's, like, watching out for you. Yeah, so two Armored Stryker, 1 SF Stryker. Because you can do the Comanche thing, you can do the high ECM helicopter thing for spotting. You've got the stealth drones. Or maybe SF Airborne. SF Airborne, the cheap F-15s, Global Hawk plus the stealth plane. Yeah, maybe that instead. But the other thing, too, is the support tab with Stryker is still fucking good with the packs and the Stryker SHORADs and the HIMARS. So the SF Airborne won't be able to help with that. But you still have 2 of the Armored that are going to be able to get the 270s. Well, hell, if they're Armored Stryker, then you'll get the 270s and the HIMARS. Yeah, I don't know. What do I got left here? Can I put 60 points somewhere? Nope. Yep. Perfect. And I think with that, that is every single deck in the game, boys. That is every single deck in the game. That is what we set out to do today with this stream. How long did it take? 5 hours. I was on point. I was like right on the dot. It was 5 hours. It was exactly fucking 5 hours. Any other questions? If you guys need to see my talk through on any of them, you can rewind. It is on YouTube, and I will put the VOD up, so you're good to go there. Otherwise, we're good to go. I completely understand I haven't posted my gameplay yet. Don't worry. Working on that. The first one's going to go out tomorrow. I think I have like somewhere between 4 and 6 games that I can just straight up just post because there's commentary in it. I was talking to people, so we're good to go there. And then at some point in the next 2 months, I'll do like a breakdown like I've been doing. It was just many of those games were weird situations where I was playing with people that it might as well have been a public match on my end while we were playing playtesters who were doing the meta. So it was, some of them were very rough. Some of them were definitely a struggle bus, but we'll be able to post those because most of those games, actually probably all of those games, I was playing the US and the playtesters were playing Russia. So I can show what I was talking about in today's debrief episode from the people that have already been playing for weeks and have figured out the meta and wanted to use it, which was exactly what I talked about in the debrief, but you'll be able to see the gameplay of that. So I'll still post those, so we'll be good to go with that. We don't use CRAMs to kill tanks, do we? I haven't. In fact, I didn't see the CRAM kill pretty much anything that last test, so I don't know what was going on with that. It should be engaging incoming like seed missiles and stuff, but it didn't do a whole lot of that. It really did not do a whole lot of that. What was also very disappointing is the Raptor with the JADAMs, but the deciding factor of that was the amount of S300s that could always reach it whenever you decided to go fight. So you didn't always have a Patriot fighting you when you were in an Su-35. Of course, it happened a lot, but it just seemed like if you sent the Raptor out there to go fight something in the air against Russia, you always had S300s shooting at you, while it didn't really seem to happen much for the opposing side there. So it was rough, some of them. Guys, if we are good, I'm going to end the stream there. We all good? Last questions? Gameplay tomorrow. Another debrief episode next week, but we'd had one that was just posted today in terms of my impressions of the meta and stuff like that. With that, I think we are good to go. So I'm going to end there. Good night, fellas. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Got any questions, leave them below. They should still show up in the chat. And if you missed anything, the VOD will be up tomorrow, or it'll be up momentarily. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Hope you have a nice day. See you guys.